Hello there. Hello?
Don't understand this. Hello.
Hello.
It's like everything looks good. I'm hearing just fine. My mic is registering. I go join the room and suddenly it doesn't work. I gotta go in there and set it to default and back to fucking headset again. I don't understand this.
Yeah, voice mod does that to me a lot. I have to switch it to clear and then switch it back to my normal post-process filters.
Yeah, what the hell?
Just so you're aware, I am currently starting up a KSP stream. I figured I'd kill a little time before today's AMA.
Okay. I mean, assuming it happens.
Here's hoping.
One day this game will actually wrap up. Have fun on KSP. It's a real fun game.
I mean, you're welcome to stay in chat.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. Sounds like you're about to go somewhere.
Nah, I'll be here. What's your Twitch?
I just posted in the self-promo channel, so you can click there.
Oh, okay. Cool, good.
Oh, and I turned you down too much. Turning you down to balance you with the music and my own mic, and I turned you way down too low.
No, that's fine. You're mostly quiet anyway.
Alright, think I got you dialed in. Say something.
Something.
Okay. Our audio levels are about the same now. Maybe just a tiny bit lower. There we go. If I'm being perfectly honest, the music is meant to be more of a keep alive thing than anything else. So there's no dead air, so somebody knows whether or not the stream's still going.
Gotcha.
Also, it helps me vibe. I can't handle dead silence.
That's fair. Unfortunately, I can't listen to the stream and...
If you want, I can... oh, there we go. Timer hit 0. So, if you want, I can pipe it through Discord. Won't have the music, but at least you'll be able to see the stream itself in real time, rather than having a delay.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
In order to keep system load low, it will only be 15 FPS on Discord.
Okay.
My computer may be powerful,
the original?
but... What?
The original KSP?
Yeah. Nobody plays
there was
KSP2.
a second one, but it wasn't too good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nobody plays KSP2.
That's fair.
The only people that I've seen playing KSP2 are people that played it for ironic reasons or just to check it out.
I gotcha.
You may notice, however, mine is heavily modded. Namely, the fact that weather exists.
That's all good.
Alright, currently... stretch. The main thing on my agenda is getting a miner into orbit. A 50 freaking ton miner. And because of its awkward shape and absurd mass, I won't be able to use any of my existing launch vehicles for it. I'm gonna have to actually custom build something to get it up there.
I forget, multi-part rockets, like launching in several pieces, doesn't necessarily work well in this game, right?
Oh, it can be done. Like, orbital assembly is all but essential for some of the bigger craft. However, this
That's
thing,
what I kind of wondered. Huh?
as you can tell from its design, there's no way that I'm assembling this thing in orbit.
I don't know, you could probably get the... Oh, the nacelles are bolted. Oh, no.
Didn't realize just how big it was until I saw it in the VAB.
That's impressive.
Alright. So, launching this thing is going to be interesting. Thankfully, it's symmetric, so I think what I'm going to go with is just 2 main rockets, one ventral, one dorsal, and then like asparagus out from there. I think that might be my best bet. Yeah, and at this point, the graviolium mining is a mission that cannot fail. That isn't to say that failure isn't possible, it's that failure isn't an option.
That's what they said.
Because I currently have 13 million credits. If I want to build any more Stargates, that's going to be 15 million to build one, or 5
Stargates.
days of hard work from Ozzy. However, Ozymandias is currently in orbit of Jewel. So anything it builds, getting it back to Kerbin, it has its own problems. However, Graviolium is very, very valuable, and I can mine it from asteroids. That is the purpose of this ship. I'm investing 500,000 credits in getting a mining operation going. Because I
So
already...
how does Graviolium taste? That's my question.
It tastes like time. And not the
Nice.
spice.
Hmm.
Oh, I have an excuse to use these. Oh, actually, now that I've given it more than 2 seconds worth of thought, I think 2 of these side by side might be a little bit more oomph than what I need for this. Actually, yeah, before I move forward with this, I'm gonna load up something for you. Don't save. Where is it? Maps admin, is it Prometheus? Yeah, Prometheus core, Prometheus gate. There you are. Yeah, see the 15
Have Stargates
million.
in this now?
Well, modded.
Okay, right.
I have Blue Horizon or whatever Industries, and then I have the Blue Shift mod for that. Blue Shift adds some FTL tech and has an optional module for Stargates as endgame technology. But no, this right here, this was the, see there's the Stargate right there. This is the Stargate
Awesome.
module that I just got done attaching to Prometheus Station. It's got Graviolium storage for days, which you may notice those tanks are empty because, look down here at the price tag, let me just fill up 1 tank. Yeah. However, if I have a miner that goes out and mines asteroids for Graviolium, then that money is flowing in reverse. And I can fill up my coffers with it, you see? Because I have a Stargate sitting just outside the KSC next to the runway. So what I can do is I can send empty containers up to the Stargate in geosync orbit, fill them up from the miner, then bring them back full and cash them in and turn a profit.
Nice.
But no, this rocket right here, 2.06 TWR at launch, 4.65 TWR at peak, and you notice the thing's shaped like a bullet. To say it had high launch speed when I launched it is an understatement. Hello there, Kerr.
Hello.
I'm doing a little KSP streaming before we get started proper on stuff. Alright, there we go. Get that back there. Now actually get started on the... Oh, there we go. Get started on building this a rocket. Well, the Kerbodynes feel slightly excessive, but considering just how heavy this thing is, I don't really have an option. I have to go with something that chunky. Of course, this means the price tag is going to spiral into the stratosphere, much like the rocket itself. There you are. And once again, I'm using the Mastodon engines. Just because these things they always perform. I did comparative analysis for all of the biggest engines in the game, and the Mastodons just time after time come out as the winner. They have great performance stats, and more importantly, they're cheap. Did I say cryo? Nope, just regular fuel tank reactor. It's also too big. That's one of the cryos anyways. Oh wait, there we go. That's the size I'm looking for, or is it? That's one of the cryo tanks. Get out of here. There's the standard adapter. There we go. TWR is not ideal though. It's gonna need some extra oomph. Gonna see if I can get something I can bolt onto the sides here. Bing, ding, ba-ding, bing, bing. 120 kilonewtons. That's not even gonna move the scale on this thing, is it? Barely. I have a stupid idea. What's your 295, 315, and you 290. So the vectors straight up just have better fuel economy than the mastodons. It's 1200, 1300, 900. Oof. Okay, so hear me out. The vectors do cost more, but they have all of the gimbal ever. Like, these things can bend and twist, which I'm gonna need with an awkward payload like this. But they're more expensive, which means I can't consider the ascent stages to be disposable. I 100% need to recover those. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm going with the vectors. Yeah, see, that's... Individually, there's less, but because it's a smaller engine, I can cluster these. So, move you off there. Let's see what cluster options I have. I mean, I could just take 2 of these, and then scale them down by 1. And then do this. There we go.
You want hard mode?
No,
Turn
I'm allowed
off the automatic symmetry.
Oh, I thought you asked if I was on hard mode, not if I wanted hard mode.
No. Yeah, I was saying turn off automatic symmetry. So you have to manually place them perfectly on the.
So splitting into those vectors, I was like, yeah, this will give me more overall thrust. Kindly look over here. 2.9 TWR. Gotta go fast. Are you familiar with the meanings of the TWR numbers?
Thrust-weight ratio, right?
Yep. So thrust-weight ratio of 1.0.
Not too familiar with them in practice, but...
Yeah. Thrust-weight ratio of 1.0 means that it maintains a hover. Anything higher, it falls. Anything lower, it falls. Anything higher, it goes up.
Gotcha.
So at a TWR of 2.0, you are falling up.
Nice.
This is currently a TWR of 2.7.
Falling up very fast.
Yeah, just a little. Liquid fuel oxidizer. Utility. Actually, thermal. It looks kind of silly, but it'll work. Trust me. Right. There we go. There. Thermal shields have now been installed. Those will be very important later. Because I have stage recovery installed, it runs the simulation in the background, and it just checks for the presence of certain parts. I'm kind of cheesing it by just folding a thermal shield into the design somewhere. Because it'll just say, yep, thermal shield present. It did not burn up on re-entry. It doesn't check beyond that to see whether or not it's placed in a logical location.
Nice.
Yes, it's cheese. No, I don't care.
Fair enough.
Ah! No. Copied the wrong thing. There we go. Alright. Now... Scale. Whoa! Okay, let's back that down a little, shall we? No, let's just stick with 200. Keep it a sane number. 200, 200, 200, 200. Check stage recovery. Why are you considered a separate stage? Hold on. I grabbed the wrong nose cone. turn off that. Where are you? Yeah, that's the one I grabbed. I want this one. Come on. There it goes. Okay. I don't have to worry about that right there because, that's just because of the heat shield. It considers the heat shield to be a decoupler. Utility, parachute. .4. The reason I'm placing these first and then resizing them is because tweak scale sometimes gets glitchy. So I want to make sure they're placed first and then I scale them up, rather than the other way around. Otherwise, it can cause weird glitched numbers. That's at 93%. Need just a little bit more parachute, but these things are already getting kind of chonk. Alright. 780800, that's the current price tag. How much does it cost for additional parachute here? $3,000. It definitely doesn't make a $3,000 difference on the recovery price. I think I'm good. I think I'm good with this current layout. Alright, I'm gonna need to get a little creative with fuel lines, otherwise this fuel in the nose is just going to waste. Do I have room to be cheeky and just go like this? I do not. Alright. So, structural. Cubic family strut. You have to tuck it in here so it's not sticking out the side ready to be ripped off by something. Like a bird strike or something like that. Alright. Current delta V is 2974. Like that. And then like that. Grab another fuel line. Where are you? There you are. Ah, there it is. 4158. Yay! Gotta make sure to be able to suck dry every last drop. Oh wait, I know how I can add more parachutes cheaply and easily. Boop! Perfect. Alright, that has amazing TWR and decent fuel. But I also have a very high target orbit, because I need to get this thing up high enough that it can engage the warp drive. Which means getting out of the main gravity well. So I'm gonna be like halfway to geosync there. Which means I need to slap on some boosters. The Minotaurs served me really well before, honestly. Like, the Pollexes have more get up and go. The Clydesdales are too big even. Look at the Clydesdale.
Oh.
That is an SRB. That is a, once you light it, you're along for the ride. It has no business being that big. I don't care what you're launching. Pollux has lots and lots of get up and go, but it's also unruly. Minotaur, meanwhile, it has less throttle, but it's also got vectoring. And a decently long burn time. Because, you know, same amount of fuel as the Pollux, but at a lower burn rate. I like the Minotaurs. They are the option for a sane space program, which I realize how unusual it sounds for me to be saying that. There we go. Alright, and also, the Minotaurs are cheap. It's $5,000 for that big old rocket there. That saves me so much money in launch costs, because I don't even need to worry about recovering the things. I just slap on a nose cone and call it good. What the hell is going on with the music? Hold on. What is this track? Try Hard Donkey Kong Country. Well, it's got some weird audio going on, so I'm skipping to the next song. No words to comfort thee from Chrono Trigger. Okay. All right. Time to start doing some staging and get this bad boy in orbit. Oh, strutting too. Strutting and bracing. Get the stage sorted out. Oh, yeah, I want the struts to originate from the boosters, not from the ship. That way I don't have the dangling piece left over. There we go. Way down here. Go to the butt. He touched the butt. There we go. Perfect. I feel like these may need just a little bit of additional strutting. I feel like one strut might not have quite the durability needed for this job. Yeah, but we just have a single 10-penny nail holding the whole rocket together. It's fine. There we go. Alright, that's all strutted. And scroll. I got so many parts. So many parts. Launch stability enhancer, there you are. Alright. Boop, 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 boop. Now moving everything down to this stage. Alright. And then... I gotta move all of these down here. No, I do not want the warp drive to engage at that point in time. There we go. That's the two MPDs. I think it's good for launch. And once I rendezvous with the station, I'll be transferring 2 engineers to it. So in the meantime, Valentina, you get to pilot it. You go up on the rocket. There's a Stargate at that station, so you can just take the Stargate to get home. You know, now that I think about it, what if I just bring the 2 engineers home through that Stargate, and then just leave the station unmanned temporarily, and have the 2 engineers go up with the Procurer, completely eliminating the need for a rendezvous? That cuts an entire section out of the mission profile. Alright, let's save the rocket. Leave. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, the Stargates, they're really, really handy, but they consume graviolium each time you fire them up. It's not a whole lot because, well, it's not a whole lot for like when you're just transferring Kerbals, because the price tag for sending stuff through the Stargates is directly proportional to how much mass you send through.
Oh, interesting.
So if it's just a probe or just a Kerbal, then it costs like a fraction of a unit. But if you try sending like an entire puddle jumper through, it can get expensive. And yes, I have designed something kind of like a puddle jumper. Prometheus Station, there you are. I still have so many freaking tracked asteroids. I need to start. I'm gonna start mining them if for nothing other than my own sanity. Because every time that I suck one completely dry, I could just rename it to depleted and then stop tracking it, and now it's no longer on my list.
There you go.
There we go. Of course, it's on the dark side of the asteroid. Oh no! I just realized I forgot a very important thing. There was a certain thing that was supposed to be present on the last module that I launched for the station. Can you guess what it was?
Somebody?
A crew hatch. I can't send them back through the Stargate because they can't get outside of the ship. There are no doors.
Oh, suits either? Oh, doors to... that's important.
Yeah, in order to go back to the Space Center. In order for them to go on a spacewalk, there needs to be a crew hatch. There are no crew hatches present on that vessel.
Just fly one up.
That's what was supposed to be on the Stargate module when I attached it. I forgot. I knew I was forgetting something.
Oh.
Well, thankfully, there is a crew hatch present on the miner. And also... Ooh, that lightning struck nearby. And also, the... Even if there isn't a crew hatch present, there is a docking port on the rear end. So even if for whatever reason it says the crew hatch is inaccessible, I can still have them go through the... just move within the vessel. Load. Where is it? I can't remember what it was under Graviolium Procure. There it is. Load. Costs almost 1 million credits to launch this thing. Oof. Alright. Jeb and Bob off there. Valentina, there you go. Save, launch. Also, what's kind of funny... Oh, hello, Shino. Hi there. Previously, parachutes were the bane of my existence because it automatically gives any Kerbal that you send out from the Space Center a parachute and a jetpack. The jetpacks are useful for spacewalks, the parachutes were just taking up inventory space. But now that I have the Stargates, and I'm going to be having some of them be on the surface of planets, suddenly the parachutes are very important, because sometimes the Stargates will glitch out slightly, and on arrival, the thing will spawn a few hundred meters up in the air. So now the parachutes are suddenly essential. I am not launching in the middle of a thunderstorm. Screw that. There we go. Ascent guidance... I forgot to rotate it in the VAB, but screw it, we're committed at this point. And target apoapsis is going to be... I'm going to go for broke. 600 kilometers. Because that is how high I have to get before I can engage the warp drive, and the warp drive can circularize the orbit for me. It's got quite a bit more horsepower than the regular engines, you know? FTL do tend to be like that. Drop the bass, why don't you? You heard that baritone thump when the engines kicked on? Can you imagine being part of the ground crew when that thing went off? Knocked the wind out of you. Okay, I really like how the vectors look with the I recently installed a graphics upgrade that changes how engine plumes look for most of the rockets in the game. You can see that the Minotaurs don't benefit from it. They're using the vanilla ones, but the vectors, they do. And they look sweet. Still chugging along. Alright, stage separation in 15 seconds. You smell something burning.
Hope not.
Stage separation in 3, 2, 1. Bonk. They were actually starting to overheat from frictional forces. That was kind of interesting. Holy crap. Apoapsis is at 600 with a lot of fuel to spare. I'm going to skip circularization, disengage autopilot. I'm going to do this manual. Orbit to prograde. Whee!
Wee.
There's a reason I'm switching to manual here. Alright, let's get out of warp. Realign. Gives me a good chance to test the RCS. Okay, the RCS works just fine. Come on, you can be more aggressive with the maneuver than that. Bring that nose down. There we go. Alright, there we go. We are at apoapsis. Bring the nose down. Now I gotta be very careful because I need to jettison these things before the periapsis leaves atmosphere, otherwise they'll never come back. Kill rotation. Pretty. -30, -20. There. Alright, 11 kilometers is as high as I dare take the periapsis. Bye, guys! Are you not gonna... There they go. Alright, now how high of a throttle can I handle before it kills the electric grid? Looks like for a limited period of time it can actually handle full throttle. Nice. Alright. And of course I'm stuck with these things on here, but they're nothing but a thing. If anything, it adds to the industrial look a little bit. Alright. Reactor. It's running perfectly fine. Radiator's good, radiator's good. Radiator's good. I should have put some running lights on the belly. I can't see crap.
I was gonna say, you can't even tell it's there.
I mean, I can always just... Oh my god. I intended for this thing to be agile, but I was not expecting that level of agility. I can always do that to the belly. Whee! Damn. Now I gotta know. What is my...
Wow.
Damn. Okay, so yeah, this thing's got moves. Admittedly, it's also got an empty cargo hold at the moment, so I mean... Alright, let's fire you up. Oh, that's right, missing Graviolium. I should have actually packed some before I left. Oops!
Can't do your warp drive?
Well, it's fine. Once I get to the station, I'll be able to send up a care package from Kerbin.
Ah.
So now it's a matter of getting to the station. So... Set as target. Home and transfer. Create node. 4 to 440. Before I allow it to auto warp, am I going to put a throttle limiter on these things? So they don't burn the power grid when they fire. Gonna kill my TWR, but at least then MechJeb will be making proper calculations. Alright. What's the separation there? Separation 0.0. Okay, execute next node. MechJeb has confidence it knows what it's doing, so let's let him do his thing. %. 32% distance. They landed on the wrong side of the planet. I got back 30,000 out of the 125,000 it was worth. That makes me sad. I mean, it's still better than nothing, but still.
One more.
What are you doing? Okay, abort node execution. Remove all nodes. What the? You wanna know how stupid I am? How truly, deeply, completely idiotic I am? I forgot to circularize. Revert flight. It's like, why did it drop me out of warp? Oh, I don't know, because I'm entering the atmosphere? I never claimed to be clever. Let's just skip past the storm. I'm not gonna skip like deep into the middle of the day like it did before. Just as soon as the sun starts to crest, then we're launching. There we go. We're good. Engage autopilot. Skip circularization. Do. Corrective steering. And full send. Oh, I didn't even notice that before. It actually has shock beads on these engines. That's actually kind of neat. Because I launched earlier in the day, that's heavy overcast apparently. Whoop, through the clouds. I'm still constantly impressed with how well that modder did those clouds. especially with how little system resources they take. Alright, can I afford physics work? Yes, I can. Okay. Alright, 20 seconds left on those. Seconds. Alright, slow time back down. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Jetson. Alright. Let's remove the auto warp. Let's get out of the atmosphere first, then mech jab. Alright. Change periapsis. New periapsis of 12 kilometers at the next apoapsis. Create node. Execute next node. There. That's how I'm going to solve that problem. Let the autopilot take care of it. Holy crap, I just realized the RCS isn't even on right now, and it's getting that level of rotation control. I guess some of the parts they put on it must have had gyroscopes in them. Or, excuse me, reaction wheels. Gotta remember to differentiate between a gyroscope and a reaction wheel. They are two different things. I also just realized I completely forgot to assign a very specific part to an action group on the miner. Thankfully, I can do that in the field. You know what else I just realized? My stupidity knows no bounds. Did you know that? Alright, revert to vehicle assembly. This is why I could never play on hardcore. If I wasn't allowed to revert rockets, I would never get anywhere. Okay. So, in the VAB, I do not have the option to preload these with graviolium, but I can preload these with graviolium. So I'm going to do is put you there, coupling. Alright, there we go. Alright. Bring you way down there. And go you up. Okay, and you're full too. Perfect. Okay. How much does that end up adding to the launch cost? Adds 30 grand to the launch cost, but it's basically essential if I want to be able to bring that warp drive online right out of the gate. Double check crew, it's just Valentina. Save, launch. Come on, finish loading. The ominous thunderstorm. Before I bring up the Ascent guidance, bring this up, and then Graviolio. Okay, there's the wing tanks. Is there none stored in here? No, it can store Graviolium. Alright. In. No, that's fine. Alright. Gonna pin you, and pin you. I wish there was a balance button. There's even an empty space for it right here. You got out and in. Then they need to have one in the middle that's balance. What do you think? Transferring fuel. There we go. Alright, get rid of that. Alright, and now out, and then stop. Close enough for government work. The tiniest difference between the two tanks, but it won't matter in the end. Alright. Ascent guidance. Everything looks green. Engage. Actually, no, sorry, disengage. Skip ahead to done, then engage.
Hey?
Hello there, Toshime. I'm doing some KSP streaming while we wait for the AMA to start.
Hi, stream.
Alright. Engage autopilot. Achoo! And this time I actually have Graviolium on board. Which means I can engage the warp drive. I'm still gonna need to rendezvous with the station, but now I won't be like super paranoid about running out, because the station was able to mine 16 Graviolium from the asteroid that it's connected to. That's not a whole lot. That runs the risk of me hitting empty before I get to the nearest asteroid to begin mining proper. I mean, yeah, theoretically, there's like 80 to 100 units of Graviolium left in that asteroid, but I'd be throwing away a crapload of ore in the process, and I'm not prepared to do that. Because that station has a Stargate on it, and it's already in orbit, which makes it a very useful gas station for other missions, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not prepared to throw away 100 tons worth of ore just to get like 10 ounces of Graviolium when I've already got the asteroid in such an ideal location.
And sorry I was late. I needed to take care of my mom's chickens.
No, you're not late. We're still technically early, aren't we?
Well, me being late. I'm normally the first one here.
Oh. Late by your standards. Late by GAR standards. Why are my frame rates dying? Guess it's just because of all the, fire.
Maybe because you're also streaming to the channel.
Yeah, it was doing that just fine before. I think it's just because the atmospheric effects. The, plasma trails, when you're going hypersonic, they aren't exactly resource efficient in this game. The way that it renders them is a little bit costly. I mean, yes, there's a much lower cost, lower resolution option available, but, it just doesn't look as good. Hey there, nerd! Change periapsis, the next apoapsis, apoapsis 601. Great and execute. I'm launching the Graviolium miner. And also, my space program is nearly bankrupt. I physically cannot afford another Stargate. So if I want any more, I have to build them at Ozzy and then send them through a gate to their destination. However, he has successfully deployed a self-sustaining Stargate in Lathe orbit, which means he can now move on to greener pastures. Read as all of the other moons, because each time he visits a new moon, that's sending more money to the space program, which I desperately need now. Come on. Alright, let's just give it a little assistance here. Whee! Turn the RCS back off. Oh, I turned off auto warp because I'm smart. There we go. I was like, why is this taking so long?
Because we're gonna have to turn it around first.
Also, yes, nerd, the 5-engine cluster and the vectors there, I literally just strapped 2 Apollo rockets to the sides of this thing in order to get it up there. Ooh, that looks sexy. Can you tell it's nuclear powered? Watching that periapsis climbing up so that I don't crash into the atmosphere this time. Actually, what am I doing? Let's cure rotation. Come on. Quit fighting me on this. Come on. I just need to get back up above 600. Main power. Minimum warp altitude. Oh, 500,000. I guess because it has lower mass. It, FTL check needs more power. Uh-huh, sure. It's, auto-circularize orbit. Okay, activate engine. There we go. I'm just gonna be shutting these down manually for now. I'll assign it to a hotkey later. Alright. Okay, now it's saying minimum warp altitude 600,000. Make up your mind! Okay, fine. Shut down engine. I'm gonna leave the main power off. I've got the fission reactor as a backup. Activate engine. Activate engine. Keep it going, I guess. Yeah, I actually took a step away from KSP for a week or two. It made a huge difference. Because I was just, like, doing nothing but KSP for a full week, and I burned out on it. And let's just speed ahead a little bit here. this is slowly eating up my power, so drop you down to 75. Drop you down to 75. How's the power grid looking now? Well, definitely doesn't kill it as fast. Let's give it a second to recover the power. Good enough, okay. Let's drop it down to 70. Maybe it'll break even there. Come on, there we go. Well, it's still not quite breaking even, but it's definitely depleting slower. 65. 60. Oh, no, stop it. There, 65. 60. Alright, it looks like 60 is my Goldilocks. There we go. Power grid's actually recovering at this one. Now let's just fizz warp until I get that apoapsis above 600. There we go. Periapsis is about to meet the apple. And there we go. Apoapsis is above 600. Perfect. Now we just coast. Going up. And of course we're going to be on the dark side on the ship that has no running lights. Ugh. I really should have installed running lights on
Delay
this
launch.
thing. I can't delay launch, it's already in space! How much light does this thing have? Just the cockpit. Oh boy, alright. Shut down engine. Shut down engine. Activate main power, activate engine. Yay! It circularized the orbit, and I'm back on the sunny side again. Okay, we're good. The warp drive is functional. Alright, and crank it up. What do we got? Oh, my nose was pointed down. Crap. That's okay, I'll poke back up above 600. There we go. Let's not have the nose below horizon this time, shall we? There we go. Okay. Alright, Graviolium. It is actively burning its fuel supply at the moment, so I need to get to the station. Set as target. Bring up my bubble. Target plus. I better pin you. Pin. Oh, there's my target. Way over there. Alright. Should really install running lights on this thing. It's gonna need a retrofit at some point in the near future, but for now, let's get rid of the supercharger. Don't need it. Oh, cool! It actually has a shock front on the front of the thing now. All the new particle effects that freaking waterfall added there. Whoa! Slow it down. Okay. Thrust limiter, 2%. I almost overshot my target there. Let's maybe like this. There we go. Distance is 50 kilometers. Just keeping things nice and slow here. There it is, it's coming in close. Arrows rendered in. Whoa! Alright, now I cannot remember how I do the manual rendezvous thing. So if I get the distance within a certain interaction, I get an option to auto rendezvous and it'll match my velocity to the target. Cannot for the life of me remember how to do that.
By pressing all the buttons except eject.
Why is it not giving me an option for it? Is it under action sets? Oh, helps if I actually click the button, doesn't it? Alright, custom 2 and U. Toggle independent throttle, engage version mode. Well, I should definitely have toggle engine assigned to that hotkey anyways. While I'm in the action groups, let's custom 1, toggle engine, custom 2, toggle engine. Alright. At least I've got that set up now. Well, whoa, hi. So apparently the auto circularize orbit button turns into a rendezvous button if you have a target selected. Good to know. Where'd the station go? Behind you.
Yo, Maggie.
Alright, switch you to kill rotation. Clampatron docking part. Set as target. Toggle. Control from here. Alright. Lose the warp core for the moment. Chew my knuckle like a canine. Okay, but it was itchy. Docking autopilot, there you are. Override safe distance, override start distance, autopilot enabled. There it goes. Wow, there it really goes. He's wasting no time. Or she, I guess, since it's Valentina at the controls. I just realized, since there's plenty of ore on board that station and a refinery, I can use this opportunity to top off the lithium tanks while I'm here. Oh, screw off, bot. Alright, we can get rid of the overlay. There we go. Distance to dock axis, 2 meters. It's just coasting now. I just realized the warp core is still active. Let's turn you off. There we go. Don't want to be wasting graviolium. Wait, is the engine still on? Oh. Okay, shut down engine. There we go. stupid me. I have a hotkey for that now. Oh, speaking of which, I forgot to set the a very important hotkey for something else, but I don't want to spoil the surprise. I forgot something important. Oh well. Well, it's semi-important. These docking ports can telescope out a little bit. I forgot to do that for that one, but it works even in its retracted state, so it's fine.
Now just back it in slowly.
I say that it works even retracted, however, it just bounced. Okay. That statement ended up being prophetic, didn't it? Alright, back it up. Okay, I forgot just how strong I made the RCS on this thing. Deploy. Forward! Well, I guess reverse in this case, but you know what I mean. You gonna grab it? Yeah, it's gotta grab it. And we're good.
It's got a rabbit? Okay.
Now, most importantly, Valentina, are you capable of EVA? Yes! Woohoo! I was worried that it would say hatch is obstructed. Alright, Valentina's going home. Whee! Select destination. KSC Stargate. Shawhoop. Bye! Oh, she's gonna face plant. Whee! Fuck. Stuck the landing. How much gravity volume is left in this thing? It's not gonna tell me unless I switch to it. Oh well. Alright. Recover Valentina. So she can go on her next mission. I stretch. There we go. Valentina is now ready and waiting to go on a new mission. What is that? Oh, it's an orbit they want me to put something on. Yeah, how about no? Prometheus Station. Fly. Yeah. Alrighty. Where's the command core? There you are. Transfer crew. Oh, fine, come on. Where is it? Where's the button? Transfer crew. Transfer Zim. Onto the miner. Transfer crew. Come on. Transfer crew. Vernon. Also onto the miner. There we go. Perfect. And since this is the more efficient of the two refineries, I'm going to use this one to perform the, Oh. Could use a little top off on the xenon. There we go. And now the lithium. Alright, xenon gas is full, so two. Interesting that static charge is trying to build up even though the warp core is not active right now. There's got to be some other process that produces small amounts of static charge. Maybe they have like trace amounts that accumulate during the whatchamacallit. Words! Refinery thing. Oh, alright, liquid fuel full. Is lithium full? Yeah, lithium's full. Oh, stop it, stop it. Stop. There we go. It looks like everything's full. Good.
Good morning, Vietnam!
Hello there, Burrito! Alright. Got 15 graviolium there, which I'm going to invest in the tanker just to make sure that it's got the fuel that it needs to get out to the mining site. And I think we're good to go to ship out. Hear the panicked cries in the background. Alright, now the very important thing that I needed to do. Alright, I think we're good there. Whoa, stop rotating. Alright. Now if I did this right... Heck yeah. What do you think? That's deployed into mining mode. Once again, I forgot to put all the lights on it that it needs, but you know, small screw-ups. Now I just reverse play direction, tell it to play again, and it should, yep, starts packing everything back up again. I'm very proud of that. Now, what asteroid am I gonna suck dry first? It's the Shy Pyramid. That's Omen.
Which asteroid should you? The moon.
That's not an asteroid. Let's see, G Massive. Well, I bothered tracking that one, so it's got to be important somehow, right? It's also very close. B small, G massive, D large, F Huge. I gargantuan. You gargantuan, I gargantuan. Yeah, why not? Let's rendezvous to a great big one. If we're gonna be doing space mining, we're gonna do it right.
Gargantuan asteroid with no resources.
Please leave the room.
Okay.
Yep, that is very true, Burrito. Also, by some galactic models that have been proposed, Earth and the Moon might technically qualify as a binary planet. Ooh, size class I. All right. Okay, that's 2 Class I asteroids. They've now been named. So let's switch back to Graviolium. Gravioli. Well, the thing is with that is that the moon doesn't have like the heat of nuclear decay to keep it going for a while, and its mass just isn't enough to hold on to heat indefinitely. Like the Earth has nuclear decay and a lot of mass helping it out. The moon doesn't really have either of those. But due to its proximity to Earth and due to its small size, there are various ways in which people could create various habitats and such on them. I watched a really detailed documentary on all the different options available to us, and it looks like the most prevalent one is to have the first settlements on the moon just use lots and lots of regolith to bury the structures to protect from solar radiation, and then later set up magnetic fields and biodomes. Removing thrust limiter. Alright. You gonna say the word, Picard? I'm not gonna activate warp until somebody says the line. Thank you, Burrito. Okay. Michael Bay, put down the camera.
Listen to that rich molasses.
We'll start that up in a second. Oh my god. Oh my god. I shot past it. Oh, crap. Okay, so I forgot that I still had the handbrake on because I was inside a planet's orbit. So the moment that I left Kerbin's orbit, yeah. pausing there for a second. Well, there are various TARDIS mods available. I could totally just use one of those for nothing other than getting the TARDIS warp sound anytime that I spool up the warp core. All right, where are we at? There you are.
It's quite boring sometimes when you're alone in space. Although it was not technically alone on the voyage, I had Zid and Dernan Sug with me. They work much for conversation. Sometimes you gotta find ways to keep yourself busy, like looking out the windows at the various stars and kinda think of good names for them. Always important to keep a close eye on your instruments, especially when you're in close proximity to planets, because you never know when the handbrake could kick in, and you could cause some serious problems in overshoots. And we're here. I'm not sure if I like just how closely the auto-circularize function dumps us out to the asteroids. I feel like that always runs the risk of a potential collision, or worse. Yes, that is correct. That is the reason war sounds like that, and it is actually highlighted in one episode, where he says that he simply likes the sound. We are on proper alignment. Just need to wait for the flight computer to finish aligning us. Perfect. Deploying mining equipment. And things are going well for the moment. I may need to adjust the lighting settings because this is getting ridiculous. I understand that it's realistic to space, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do. Okay, perhaps that was too much. back to Dallas Factory. Now at least I can see what I'm doing. Concerns me that that piston is so far off alignment. It appears to have suffered some issues with vessel loading and unloading. Hopefully it's merely a static problem. Nothing that will have any work effects. We have successful coupling. Okay. And now for the moment of truth. And we'll have to cycle the drills, unfortunately. They did not auto-detect the asteroid. This is unfortunate, but not unexpected. An asteroid harvester. It is not wanting to function. As is concerned. I believe that the likely cause of this may be due to line of sight distance. As it does travel through this cone here, it may believe that it is impacting the cone, thus unable to impact the asteroid itself. This is detrimental to the aesthetics of the vessel, but not the kind of issue that cannot be resolved. Allow me to temporarily hold the utility base. And send Burnham somehow on an EVA. Thankfully, these drills are movable with the vanilla engineering utilities, so the fact that I didn't bring a drill for this mission is inconsequential. Ironic that I would need a power drill to move the heavy drill, but things are what they are. Good drill. That was indeed the issue. It was a line of sight. And the drill was now overheating. Greater quickly. Overheating has been mitigated. Graviolium is floating. Burnham's son fixed the other one. That we clipped them and it's now your turn. I have some concerns over whether the drill will be able to reach the surface when placed on that side. As a corrective measure, I'm going to instead place it in a dorsal location if I can fit it. See that it doesn't want to be placed. It is silly, but it works. The ship is going to work like your hat. Like your hat. Need to Target. Bojo. It is functional. Those that. And forward. I would appreciate it if you would stop wobbling. Thank you. I just now realized the sheer quantity of the tonnage in this asteroid. This ship may be here for a while, however it will be a sizable yield of graviolium. It would appear that there were nearly 2,000 tons of ore in this asteroid. I'm now going to take advantage of the infinite healing option and use some of the ore to top off the lithium and the zinc. But it appears that running both at once is more than I can handle. So, just to get the blood between two. The non has been fully restocked. The team has been fully restocked. Timer hit 0 some time ago.
There we go. And now we're back to me. And yeah. There we go. Stop that. Now it's just a matter of that's shut down, right? Yep. Let's crank down the power setting until we're at how much we need to maintain function on the ship. Which is apparently like, okay, wow, literally just like 5% power is actually excessive for what I need. Okay. You know what I'm suddenly curious about? Okay, so because the relative tonnage and the relative strength of my warp core, there is no way in hell I can get this asteroid up to, relativistic speeds. But I can still, give it quite the nudge and use the auto-circularize function. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts, dee-dee-dee-dee. Look at it go, it's sucking it dry. It's about to finish it off. There it is. Apparently this thing now has 0 mass. It has a mass of negative 0.00003 tons. Okay, rounding errors. And I harvested 424 graviolium from that thing. So I think it's safe to say this is a viable strat. Because 400 graviolium, that's like 100 grand worth. And I can just go from one to another and chain this. Heck yeah. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. However, this thing kinda sorta needs to go back for a refit. I think what I'm gonna do is let me talk and walk at the same time here. Okay. I was not expecting to get ejected out that aggressively, but I mean, oh, because the thing has basically 0 mass. I just punted it. My ship didn't move, the rock did. Because I selected try it has no mass. Bye, rock. Okay. So retract drill. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to retrofit this thing so that it has 4 drill heads, so they can do things faster. Since I can run the reactor so low, I don't have to worry about too much thermal load. Yeah, and running lights. So 2 extra drill heads and a dozen running lights. That's what I need to retrofit this thing with. Camera! Stop it, camera. Alright, let's... I'm using the skybox as a reference point to find out when I'm equatorial. Blah 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 blah. And as far as getting the parts I need up to Procurer, I'm going to use the Stargate to deliver them. I'm also going to send up the frog. It'll be a proof of concept for the mining. Alright, there we go. I'm now equatorial. Whee! Warp drive is powered down. Prometheus Station. Set as target. Target plus. Pew! Also, I'm not burning through fusion pellets nearly as fast as I thought I would either. So that means this thing's got fuel for ages. Slow it down more. I'm getting better at this. I'm learning how to use a warp drive. Right, kill rotation, kill rotation. Set as target. Toggle. Control from here. Alright. Kill the warp drive. Docking autopilot. Override safe, override start. Autopilot. Have fun. Oh. Okay, good to know. 5% power is not sufficient to run the RCS system as well, so I'm going to crank that up to 10 for its resting power. There it goes, it's running fine now. Even at 10% load, the core life is basically infinite. Whee! Rotate back, rotate back. There we go. I cannot recommend this overlay mod enough. It is so freaking handy. It's all of the navball guidance directly overlaid on the ship and some. Alright, I think I can turn off the overlay now. Whoa! Okay, why are these panels cooking? Something glitched out with the core heat. Those are all done. That is weird. What is cooking here? That is so weird. Alright, you know what? Open you. Bring some additional cores online. And radiator. Alright, all of that is off. Yeah, look at that. Instantly heated up. Something on board is putting out a lot of heat. Okay. Extend radiator. Let's just bring all the cooling systems online. Maybe it was like rounding error or something. Just something that was sitting idly overheated because I was in time warp. Well, the convertitron's cooling down. Is it the reactor? No, it's doing perfectly fine. Is it you? No. I have no idea where all that heat's coming from. Well, these are cooling down. Is that it? Is it the drill heads? Retract drill. Retract drill. Give it a little time to cool down here. By the way, the system is cooling back down, but it's really curious. I don't know where all of that heat came from. Alright, I'm gonna leave that to its own devices for now. Let's go back to the space station. Get the frog up there. Get some fuel transferred. And then sell it and see how much of a profit we turn. GG. Oh, sorry. I think I just made a bunch of people deaf there. Alright, Space Bean Hangar. Also, I need to untrack Claim 1. Forgot to do that. So basically, just I want to always have at least 2 claimed asteroids active at any point in time. And then just every time I suck one dry, I just untrack it and wait for it to despawn on its own. Right, load. Gravy. Graviolium frog, there you are. A little puddle jumping proof of concept car. MTU. Okay, so the Gravitug frog costs 4,739 credits. Notepad, I want to get that exact number. 4739. Alright. That's how much it costs just for the frog itself. It has an empty Graviolium tank on it. And of course, you know, that I can make bigger versions. Launch. Alright, so when I've previously toyed around with storage of Graviolium, it looks like the resource itself has very, very low mass. So I'm not going to really factor that into the calculations for moving stuff through the gates because it seems negligible. I am, however, going to record the before and after numbers for sending the frog itself, then however much Graviolium it takes for the trip to get out there, because I'm going to I'm going to check the numbers before and after on the gate at the Kerbal Space Center. I'll just double that number so I know how much it costs for a round trip. Whee! Pudding. Alright. Hit the handbrake. There we go. How much do you have? Gonna get an exact number on that. It just says 219. Okay, whatever. 219 grav. All right. Set destination gate. Prometheus. Set destination. Shawoop. Boop. It spawned inside the asteroid. See, that was the concern that I've been having for a while, was that that could happen. Revert flight, revert to launch. And this is why you always save before you go through the Stargate. So it would appear that I've just been lucky so far, and that, yeah, when you arrive at the Stargate, you arrive at a random location relative to it. So the further the Stargate is away from the asteroid, the better, which means I'm probably going to want to change which docking port it's mounted to on the station to move it further away from the asteroid itself. Whee! Does it have any lights on it? Oh, it's got a little status light on the back, but that's it. Ride the brake for a little bit here, slow it down. Set destination, Prometheus, set destination. Shaloop. I'm so glad that I can remote dial those. Oh, what you mean, no dial from that? Oh, this is gonna hit hard. Ah! Okay, we're good. I came in a little hot there. Am I good? I am not good. Wow, look at that thing spin. Revert to launch. What if I come into the gate from the other side?
Yeah, that was impressive.
Yeah, that was impressive. I'm gonna come into the gate from the other side. If it still does that, then it's not random. If it's 3 times in a row, I'm also gonna pay attention to specifically which side I'm on in relation to when I was previously going, if it doesn't spawn me inside the asteroid. Because there may not be randomness to it. It might be a specific orientation relative to it. If it is, then that means that I can design around it.
I think your 0-point module isn't calibrated correctly or something.
Well, you see,
you
once
get one of the constellations wrong on
once
the
those,
dialing.
Yeah, once those ZPMs get down to around 2% power remaining, they start to get a little bit finicky.
Get a little wiggy, yeah.
Yeah, they get a little twitchy.
I was going to ask, is that an asteroid sitting on the surface of your planet?
Oh yeah, this is my trophy cabinet. This is my trophy cabinet. See, there's a UFO, there's a pyramid, there's an asteroid, and here's a Stargate. This is my trophy case. You like it?
Impressive. Oh, you missed.
Now that is technically a UFO I built myself, but that was the very first UFO I built after completing the research project on a crashed UFO. So it still counts, I think.
And don't forget, velocity is maintained when you go through the Stargate, so...
Not in the mod, unfortunately.
I'm kidding.
Alright, coming in from the other side, let's see what happens. I'm in the exact same location. Okay. This gives me valuable data. Revert to spaceplane hangar. I now know the exact orientation, and I'm going to look at the orientation of the station in relation to Kerbin. And what I'm going to do is, as a research project, I'm going to take note of its current orientation, but I'm not going to rotate the asteroid or the station as a whole. I'm only going to undock the module with the Stargate on it, rotate it 180 degrees, and move it to a docking port further away from the asteroid. Then I'll go through again. Which side the frog appears on relative to it after that will give me a lot of data. Like if it appears exactly opposite of the asteroid instead of on the same pointing to the same direction, that tells me that yes, the location is fixed in relation to the gate. If it appears in the same location, that tells me that location is fixed in orientation to the planet. You see? And because it's moved further away, that'll be a chance that I won't spawn inside the asteroid at all and won't need further edits. However, if I do spawn inside the asteroid, then I'll know I need to rotate the entire station before any future arrivals. I always need to check the orientation of the station before, sending stuff through. Science!
Hmm.
If only they worked like the actual Stargates and, it just kind of like despawns your pieces one at a time, then respawns them at the other end. But for obvious reasons, I don't think that would work with this physics engine. At the very least, though, I do think it should run an orientation check. Like, if I was the one working on this mod, a change that I would have made was I would have the gates have an established front and back and some sort of visual indicator of such, right?
Yeah, it's kind of weird to do that.
Whichever side of the Stargate you go into, you come out of the opposite facing side of the other one. And that would allow people to design, relative one. Basically, it would, whichever side, let's say I'm going to be coming out of the front of this gate, and the front is pointed upwards, is that it would actually scan outward and then spawn the vessel in however far in front it has to be for none of the geometry to touch the gate itself. That would make perfect sense. It would be predictable and usable, and it's something the engine would fully support.
Is this structure moving? Is it orbiting the star, I would imagine? Or orbiting a planet?
Yeah. Well, it's in geosync orbit. Like, if I
Okay.
switch the surface speed, look, 0.2 meters per second.
Ah, okay. So I wonder, you're not that far into the asteroid.
I was
So I wonder if
spawning
there's like
right
a delay
around...
between spawning
like
in and the asteroid actually moving into that position.
Hold on. Look, if I look straight down, so there's Kerbin, right? If I pivot straight down, actually here, let me use the overlay. Perfect. That white line, that's the horizon. So because that white line's my artificial horizon. And I was spawning in right about here, and the gate's right about here. It's spawning things in directly ahead of the gate.
That's what I was thinking.
So
Yeah, it has something to do with the spawn-in point being where the asteroid isn't right now, but is when you transited
here's what I'm
to
gonna
the
do.
other end.
Station core, control from here, right? Orbit, radial plus.
Stupid ad.
Oh, it's bendy. It's bendy. Bendy but essential. Rotate your fat ass. See, if I were to just rotate it so that the Stargate's always pointed directly prograde, then boom, solution found, right? And just anytime that I want to receive something, since it's in geosync, I don't even need to rotate the station. I just need to always send my shipments in the middle of the day, and I'll know that it's, at the proper location. You see?
Yeah, assuming it works.
Just schedule the launches. That's very easy to do. It doesn't require me to continually burn through RCS to reorient the station over and over again.
There you go.
All right. It is now perfectly aligned. Well, not perfectly, but closely. Got a little bit of fine-tuning left to do here. Okay. Kill the RCS, do a little bit of time warp to kill the rotation. Okay. Off. Do it again. Okay, everything is nice and stabilized. Space Center. Now, in theory, when the frog spawns in, it should spawn in directly adjacent to the miner.
There you go.
And if it does, then that confirms that it just spawns slightly prograde in the orbit. And if that's the case, that makes planning so much easier to do.
Fingers crossed.
Because then it also means that
curve.
all I need to do is just make sure if I can put the Stargate out on a further stalk than it already is, just make sure the Stargate is higher than the edge of the asteroid,
There you
then
go.
that means that it doesn't matter which direction, it's always clear. I just have a flight line, basically. I have a keep clear area around the Stargate. hangar. Double check to make sure the frog is empty when I launch it.
Kerr moved up in the tabletop dungeon, by the way, but Zim's still not on, so.
Well, if I'm staying down in the streaming room beta, then that gives a little. It basically lets Zim know I'm down there for a reason.
Yep. I was letting you know he didn't. I'm sure he didn't exit because it wasn't.
Nah, I wasn't gonna
Whatever.
judge either way.
Fair enough.
Alright, open. Gravitug frog. Load. Empty the graviolium tank. Double check price tag. 4739, yep. Launch. Of course, I'm gonna need to at some point in time just send a lead weight through the Stargate. Just I think I'm gonna make a rover that can carry dead weights, and then just send it through with increasingly large weights until it tells me no, and check the graviolium consumption on each transit.
There you go.
That'll give me an upper limit, and it will also give me fuel cost estimates. Oh, still got that on. There we go. Whee! And turn on the little butt light. There we go. At least I now know that it doesn't matter which side of the gate I go in, just as long as I go through it. Come on, let me pixel hunting here. There it goes. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Hit the brakes, hit the brakes. Oh crap. Whee! Do I get style points for that? Bonk. Well, would you look at that? Uh-oh. Hold on. This is worse than
Right.
before. Do you know where I'm at?
Maybe orient it 180. You're very embedded in the rock now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to rotate the gate. I'm curious. Oh, it's not even letting me move.
Oh no, you're embedded in solid rock.
No, I have no control.
Hmm.
I've got plenty of electric charge. Hibernation is off. I've got signal. Well,
Not
moving
sure
over
if
terrain. Oh
is KSP programmed for.
no, it didn't properly update. I think this particular time, I think it was just a glitch. I
Huh.
think it's still saying that I'm landed. Landed at KSC. Oops.
Interesting.
Revert flight to launch, I guess.
Mhm.
Okay, that time it was just a random glitch. It's killing my science. But yeah, I may need to rotate 180 degrees. You are right there. Huh.
Trial and error.
Because that particular time, where I was located, that's where the center of mass is at. So,
Zim's up in tabletop now.
alright, I will hop in.
Welcome.
Hello there. I'm doing science.
Okay, are you ready for game? Or
Alright,
the Q&A thing?
Yep, when's the Q&A starting? Right now?
You, faded out for that.
When's the Q&A starting?
About now?
Alrighty, I will do one more batch of tests. Oh, one more single test actually here, And then I'm gonna begin closing out my stream. Well, I wouldn't say closing out, just, switching over. Boop.
Kerr, you there?
Yes.
Okay, it's still spawned inside the asteroid. Alright, reverting flight. So, that is confirmation. Orientation of the gate does matter. So I'm gonna have to move it to a different docking port then. But I'll do that later. Alright, back this out here. Kill the music. And switch the stream over to break.
Kerr, would you start up Fantasy Grounds, please?
Yeah.
We're not gonna do any rolls, but I want it for the background.
And I'm getting everything switched over right now. Oh.
You gotta log in. Fantasy Grounds.
Well,
What was
Kerbal
that?
Space.
Sorry, we have to log into Fantasy Grounds.
Nah, you don't need to join.
And Kerbal Space Program just crashed, so I guess it's closed now. Perfect time for it to crash, huh?
Convenient.
I will have to run the fuel cost calculations later. And I'm gonna kill V2.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
How dare you, Burrito? Yeah. Water is good.
Kerr, cute.
Thank you. All right, server's going up.
There we go. Had to tweak some layering stuff. There we go. Okay. I think everything is good at the moment. TM? Possibly, potentially? I don't know why I'm talking like this. Oh, great. Fantasy Grounds needs to update. And I need to update my stream info. Come on, give me the thing. Oh my god, stop stealing my mouse! I hate it I hate applications that do that. Where they steal window priority like 4 or 5 times in a row while they're booting up.
I'm sorry, we need to make sure your mouse is in the right position. Not that one.
Like doing it once is understandable and make sure that things are tabbed in. It's a catch-all for bugs and such. But when it does it like 4 or 5 times, it's like you're just being a nuisance. The person clicked away for a reason. Stop screwing with their system. Yeah, just the tabletop RPGs category. Is that what you go with, Zim?
Yes.
That works.
All right. And stream info is updated. I will stop and restart the stream here in order to split up the recording. So if anyone, if your browser, if your video doesn't immediately resume, just refresh the page.
Hold up. That will actually do damage to your channel.
Well, how do I split up the things at Twitch's end into two different videos then?
You cannot. It's just something that, you know, Twitch does kind of flag on recordings for when you change the category. It's not perfect, but I do know that actually ending recording does a lot of damage to your channel.
All right, fine. Worst case scenario, I'll just have to
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Yes, burrito, hydrate. I'll do that in just a second. Yeah, worst case scenario, just when I do the YouTube upload, I'll just title it as both of the things together.
To break it, yeah.
I personally record separate.
Well, yeah, but you
So I have,
you record local. I don't have the necessary drives in order to be able to do that reliably.
fair enough.
There, I hydrated. I should join the server. There we go.
So I will say I have no idea how long this is going to last, because obviously if we don't get questions, which for the record they do need to come over on my channel because I'm not keeping track of two chats for questions.
Yeah, that's fine. If someone does ask questions in my chat, I'll just relay audibly. It's not likely to be that many people. I actually only have 3 viewers at the moment, so.
Fair, but yeah. No idea how long this will actually last. Hopefully it'll be somewhat close to the 3 hours, so, you know.
Roll boy.
Either way, yeah. Starting up my stream.
Trying to squish and squash some things here. Actually, I'll just make this full screen. There, call it a day. Burrito, no. Bad. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll leave music playing on my stream just so there's something in the background and no dead air. I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit though.
Hey, Kengu. Hello there, Spooky. I rested well. Hey, Era. Hey, Lightpaw.
It's so quiet in here.
Just getting ready. Hello, Beerus.
Boop.
Alright, let's get this started.
Oh,
Hello, all you delightful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is the final episode or epilogue, Q&A, whatever you wish to call it, of Horizon Lost World of Darkness Mage. We shall begin as usual with introductions, beginning with Kerr.
Hello, everyone. I am Kerr. I am the storyteller. Good to see you all here.
I am Nesso playing Alexis McKenna, or having been playing have. Had.
once upon a weasel. Let's see if I can do the fucking voice again. Tanya Sapien playing Portia Wainwright. She is the Alchemist Benoy, or was rather.
I am Razim, and I was playing as Sinel, or previously Cody. Martin started human, and then, led the wonderful ritual for turning the world furry. So then he became a Martin, and yeah, he was the financier of the group and correspondence primarily, though he dabbled in basically everything.
I am Toshime, and I played Warren Peace, a traditionalist mage.
He was the stick in the mud
Yay!
that went bonk. So, the way this is going to work, basically, the floor is open for the players and the viewers out there, all of you, to ask questions about the campaign, about the story that had taken place, where things might have gone from here past the end of the campaign, so on and so forth. Any particular secrets you may want revealed from the going-ons of the campaign. The floor is open. I know that we ended off in the midst of a combat tournament. I guess we'll go ahead and start there with where things would have gone from that, Kerr.
Mostly that would have just been the last few fights, probably 2 to 3, and then after that, I would have eventually gotten to the final battle once you figured out, oh yeah, there was a really nasty spirit that tried to do this, to fuck up the world, and you guys would have had to dealt with it.
And there's the swear jar.
Womp womp. Womp womp.
Well, I mean, go ahead and reveal more info than that.
By the way, I've done a silly with my avatar. My reactive. She turns into Bunny only when talking. My reactive. She turns into Bunny only when talking.
I'm trying to think of like what else to say, really. Hmm. Yeah, no, it was gonna be a worm spear that you guys were gonna deal with because, hey, I remember how much you guys enjoyed that in the werewolf game way back when. This would have been a pretty nasty one, though.
Yeah, I can imagine.
$120 Razim contract.
I can imagine.
Toshime.
Well, I think that took care of the swear jar.
Yeah, I think the swear jar was taken care of. Just a bit. Thank you so much for that tip, though. I really appreciate it. Well, there wasn't a tip goal, but you know, thank you
I
so
tipped
much
at the
for
future.
supporting.
The tip
Yeah,
goal
just
for the future has been made. Otherwise, yeah, no, I basically would just put you guys through your paces with some pretty hard combats, and I would have pushed you to the edge to try to force you guys to survive, because you guys are mages, and mages are scary, especially with prep time.
The one thing we have in common with Batman. Well, that and Cody's gadgets. The one thing we have in common with Batman. Well, that and Cody's gadgets.
To be honest, mages are probably the most powerful group in World of Darkness, other than no, they're probably the most powerful group overall. In sheer of ability of what they can get done, even at early game, it really comes down to the DM to kind of corral them and control them with Paradox, because Paradox is the one thing that can keep a mage under control.
Yeah, especially considering
if
in most contexts, the
Uh,
only thing limiting a mage really is their creativity. So if you have an
Yes,
exceptionally
correct.
creative mage, you need to be heavy with the paradox or they'll just break everything.
So a mage, technically a mage with correspondence 2 to 3 and life 2, I believe is what it takes. Is you only need to do minor changes. A mage with life 2 or life 3 and correspondence 2 to 3 can basically instant kill anyone who isn't supernatural by basically just inducing a heart attack. And the only way to keep a mage from just spamming that is Paradox. Because, yeah, you can get away with it once, especially if the person has a history of heart disease and stuff. You can get away with it like once. But the moment you start trying to do that multiple times,
The moment that
people are going to realize that this shouldn't be happening. And that's when Paradox is going to go, so you have chosen death,
yeah,
and punch you in the face.
the moment that a sleeper goes, "Hey, wait a minute. Who are you?"
Well, it's not just that. It's the fact of multiple deaths have happened all in the same manner. This shouldn't happen. It doesn't necessarily have to be that people don't believe it. The thing is, people make it worse. When you actively have sleepers who disagree with it, then you get punched even harder. But no, in this case, it's like imagine reality itself is a person watching you. And whenever you do something, reality is always watching.
Something ain't right.
And no matter what you do, even if there's no one watching, reality itself will see what you do and decide, is that kosher? Is that okay? If it judges no, that's not okay, you get hit by Paradox.
No. It's perfectly kosher. See, I only stripped the meat from the bones on the top half of their body.
Even then, even coincidental magic can get you Paradox. It's just coincidental magic is much safer and easier to avoid Paradox. And when you do get Paradox, it's much, much less. To be fair, though, to the mages, sometimes you have to pull out the vulgar magic, otherwise you're going to die.
So, question: if I was able to accelerate someone's heart, no one would necessarily see that, right? Would that be
Yes.
considered vulgar?
Depends on the way you do it. If you're basically just causing their heart to just start beating faster by manipulating the electrical signals in it, that you could probably pass that off as, oh, they have a heart condition and such. Again, basically
time
giving.
magic.
Theoretically, if you could
Fast
make it look like a heart attack, sure, that would work.
Yeah.
Again, the only issue is if you try to do it multiple times, because then reality is just looking at you, going, "Really,
This guy have a death note? What's
really?"
going on here?
Yes.
Well, see-
Then reality goes, no. I see what you're doing.
Bad mage.
Bad.
Bad mage.
See, if Portia was so inclined, since she has, is it 6 in life that she ended up finishing out the campaign with?
Yep.
Yeah, she could just go, okay, so I don't want this to trace back to me easily, so You, I'm going to shut down your kidneys, so you've got about 3 days. You, I'm going to shut down your liver. You've got about a week. You, I'm going to give hyperaggressive cancer. You're going to die a month from now.
Then you probably would not get that much paradox. You might get a little bit from like coincidental magic from using magic so many times at once, but it wouldn't be that bad. And even then, you could probably get away with that, especially if you're working in a hospital or you arrange things to make it easier to do such things
Yeah,
or
because
to pull it off.
someone's going to go,
Evil portion of hospital. Yikes.
yeah, someone's going to go, all of these people happened to pass by you. Yeah, because they went to a hospital because they were sick. That's what people
Or
do when they're
say-
sick. They go to a hospital.
Or say you see someone smoking, you give them lung cancer because
No one-
hey, they're smoking. Of course they would have that.
Yeah, no one would think twice about it. They just say, "Yep, that's what happens."
Exactly.
And be careful stepping on other mages' toes.
Yeah, you want to be careful of other mages. Actually, so fun fact: the reason why a mage doesn't always like win the lottery and stuff is because the technocracy is watching for those sorts of things, and the moment they see it, they go after the mage who did it.
Yeah,
the syndicate is specifically in charge of that one.
So, like, if the technocracy is doing random checks of patients in the ICU, and they happen to notice a lingering bit of quintessence around somebody's hyper-aggressive tumor, they're going to be like, okay, let's see who they've had contact with.
Yeah, so the technocracy actually doesn't care a ton about mages who are extremely vulgar because reality will sort them out for them. They don't have to do much. They'll do some, damage control to try to minimize what they're doing and to make sure the sleepers don't realize shit's going on. But when it comes to like killing them, they don't need to. Reality's going to do it for them. They don't need to waste the manpower on that.
Yeah, the only issue is when they hit that critical mass and become a marauder.
That's what I was going to ask.
So a marauder is not usually made by a mage going, okay, take back. It is possible for a mage to become a marauder. It's very rare for them to specifically go from mage to marauder, though. That's not very common to happen. Usually what you have happen is a person awakens as a marauder. That is usually how you're going to see like 90% of all marauders showing up. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to answer Burrito's question. I thought you were done.
Oh yeah, no. So when a marauder shows up, then the technocracy gets involved immediately, and so do mages as well. Because when a marauder uses magic, it doesn't affect the marauder. It affects every nearby mage and smites them with the paradox instead.
So, Burrito, to reply to what you said there, yeah, before the reality switchover happened and Anthros just became standard fare on that world, yeah, Portia, whenever she wasn't around sleepers, would actually change herself into a jackalope form. But she would always switch back to human anytime that she was around sleepers, because she preferred the jackalope form. But obviously, if you're walking around as a furry in a human world, people are going to be like, hey, what the hell?
Then comes the paradox.
But usually the marauder will either A, get killed, or B, get yeeted out of reality because reality gets sick and tired of them. But they can cause a lot of damage if they are not minimized and dealt with. So the technocracy usually takes great pains. When the technocracy talks about reality deviants, marauders are usually what they're talking about. They mean every mage, but the marauders are the really bad cases that they basically mean when they're talking about a reality deviant that is a danger to reality in the consensus.
Yeah, and you end up having situations like the Common Rider arc that we had.
Yep, because that's what they can do. They will literally take their beliefs and impose it on the world. And whatever they think is true will happen.
Speaking of which, I actually know a lot more about Common Rider than I did back then, because another server that I'm in, one of the people in there has become obsessed with Common Rider, and anytime they post a reaction GIF to anything, it's always a Common Rider GIF.
I approve.
And
The other,
that wasn't a marauder.
Yeah, he was. The one that did the whole arena with all the zombies and everything was belt based and stuff. That was a Marauder.
Yeah.
That's why it was such a huge deal that Portia was able to cure him.
the other big one that usually have to deal with, and this would have come up once you guys got into the final boss too, because you would have dealt with one of them, is a Nefandus. The Nefandi are kill on sight
Yeah.
to
They-
all mages and technocrats.
Yeah, they can't be saved because a Nefandus actually actively chooses to be created, right?
Not
That's
not
what I was
necessarily.
thinking.
Not necessarily. So there's two types of Nefandi. There are the Callborn, which are so in order for one of them to be born, so to speak, a mage has to go to basically the same place where a werewolf becomes a black spiral dancer. And there they encounter what is called a call. And if they willingly go into the call, it will rip out their soul, drive them insane, tear their avatar apart, stitch it back together inside out, and then stuff it back inside of them. And that avatar will forever be set to, instead of trying to ascend, it will try to descend and reduce the world to primordial darkness. That is normally how a Nefandus is born. However, avatars reincarnate. So if you kill a Nefandus, that avatar will go to another person and turn them, if they awaken, they will basically be a Nefandus from day one. I think the Windelshan are what they're called. I have to go back and find out what the word is. Winderschlein, maybe.
This begs the question: is it possible to destroy those avatars? And also, I mean, technically they say it's impossible to cure a Marauder, but that has been proven wrong. So, is it possible to cure them of that?
It would take extremely powerful spirit magic. Like you would need like spirit 8 or 9 to try to do that, plus like mind 8 or 9 to
So
fix the damage. Like
basically, we would need to, one, enlist the help of the dragons, two, enlist the help of the technocracy in order to keep the avatar contained, and three, a lot of time and effort.
yes, no one has ever been able to fix a Nefandus. They've tried. It's never taken, even by like the archmages who've tried to do it. And the Nefandus usually drags everyone down with them. There is a ritual called Gilgul. Normally it is technically frowned upon to kill a Nefandus because they will just reincarnate. But you know, they're Nefandus. If you cannot capture them, kill them. Do not question it. Kill them. If you can capture them safely, then do so. And then both the mages and the technocracy have a method to do this. Where they will basically, the ritual will tear the avatar out and destroy it. And that's what they use in order to destroy a Nefandus permanently.
Now all I can
Either
think
that
of,
or throw them into the Avatar Storm.
Yeah, that works too.
now all I can think of is Baloo and Shere Khan. Let go, Baloo! Are you kidding? There's teeth in the other end. Trying to contain him to find us be like.
The Nefand, and one of the most dangerous parts of some of the Nefandus is a lot of them are just like crazy evil. Those are not the dangerous ones. The dangerous ones are the ones who can act normal and be very, very manipulative with what they do. Like there was one Nefandus who literally was an architect, and the buildings that he built were made in such a way that it allowed creatures from the labyrinth to enter reality, and also people who were in that building to basically get snatched and drawn into the labyrinth. It was really bad.
So basically, like that building from Ghostbusters.
Basically, yes. Nefandi who can hide their darkest urges while still, they're still going to be indulging them, but being able to pretend to be normal mages are the most terrifying. And they usually will grow in power just like a normal mage will. But their magic is the exact opposite of your guys' magic. They have a specific type of magic called Quiloff magic. And where your guys' magic is based upon changing the weave and building things, their magic is the opposite. Their magic is about destroying things and ripping the tapestry apart. So where Sinnoh will use magic to connect two areas together and basically stitch them together, the Nefandis will literally just tear out the space connecting two locations to connect them together.
So, like with how you'd said quintessence is basically mana for the fair folk, the Nefandi magic, it just rips apart the wild.
Yes, they literally are all about ripping reality apart with their magic, which is one of the reasons they're so dangerous.
So is that one of those things where it would be very easy to enlist Domino's assistance in bringing down a Nefandis, since it's in his interest to help?
Pretty much everyone will join in to kill a Nefandis. That's how bad they are.
The biggest problem is that if you try to get Domino in there and he's already made a deal with the Nefandis.
Yes, and he has to follow the deal. Like a Fingerfolk cannot break a contract once it is made. Now, he might try to find a way to get around it and loophole it because, Fae are masters of loopholes. But he cannot specifically go against the exact wording of whatever the contract is.
So there was a question earlier from Lightpaw. Speaking of werewolves, how did the Guru react to suddenly being furries?
So with the way the reality change ritual worked, nobody noticed it outside of like creatures that have extrasensory perceptions or protections. So the spirits that the werewolves worship and such and work with might have noticed, but the werewolves themselves likely would not have if they were in reality at the time, which most of the time they spend quite a bit of time there. For those who were in the Umbra, they hit or miss if they would notice or not. They would still be affected, but
End up being like the last dwarf in Morrowind. Comes back to reality. What the heck happened?
So when it comes to werewolves, it probably would have impacted them much because they would still probably have the effect of the delirium because the delirium doesn't really work on actual like mental issues. It delves deep into the psyche of all the centuries of being hunted by werewolves. And that's why people freak the fuck out when they see a Krynos. Mages have a bit of advantage resisting it, and so do other supernaturals, but normal people see a werewolf, and they will run the fuck away usually, and then forget it. No, it wasn't a werewolf, it was a very hairy guy.
Hey, look, it's Bigfoot.
Yeah. Or they see it and go, wow, that's a really messed up looking bear. Might have mange. I should stay away.
Yeah, in terms of power level for World of Darkness, I would put mages at the top in sheer terms of versatility and ability. It's really only minimized by the abilities of what the player can come up with within their spheres. The DM really has to be on point to kind of hold them back and to balance things, because otherwise, a mage will run roughshod over pretty much anything. Yes. Oh, sorry. Let's see.
Legally, you cannot use DM for anything other than D&D.
Okay.
That's for everybody's note, That's why, for those that don't know, that's why I do, for those that somehow don't know at this point, that's why I'm so insistent on using the term storyteller or GM or such, because Yes. Wizards of the Coast got that trademarked. You cannot use DM for anything other than D&D. Specifically D&D. Imagine being the poor guru who turned into a squirrel or deer.
I will say I do like the new story path system that White Wolf / Onyx Path has made. Very, very nice. Scion Second Edition is now using it, and I've been looking at that. It's been really, really cool looking. You play the Children of Gods.
Oh, that's good, right?
Yes.
He doesn't talk about my scar system like that.
Let's see. In terms of combat ability, I would say
ignore that.
Exactly.
There's no safe answer though.
Yeah, there isn't. In terms of combat ability, werewolves are probably the scariest. They can take a crap ton of punishment, and if they get in close to you, you are going to die horrifically. There's a reason we call Krenos 9-foot tall snarling death beasts, because that is what they do. Followed by vampires are okay. It really depends on the vampire, but honestly, vamps kind of get a little bit of a short end of the stick because they have so many weaknesses. There's a reason vampires usually prefer to be subtle rather than loud, because it's pretty easy if you know what you're dealing with. As long as you're really careful, you can take out a vampire pretty easily. As
So,
Kincaid says, blow up the building, set it on fire, and then blow it up again.
To put it in MOBA terms, the mages are the support, the werewolves are the tank, and the vampires are the glass cannons.
Mages
no,
can
no.
be all.
The mages can be anything, and the mages are better at whatever they want to do than the others if they have prep time and knowledge and ability to do it. That's why I said. But the thing is, though, if you put a mage up against a werewolf without the mage having a chance to prepare for it, the werewolf's going to tear their fucking head off in about 2 seconds.
Unless they have specific spheres that let them GTFO.
Yes. Again, if the mage can be prepared for it or knows what's coming, they can hold off a werewolf. But if the werewolf gets the drop on them, werewolf is going to eat them for lunch.
And now you know why I'm a bunny.
Let's see.
For the werewolf game,
Werewolf.
I'm still kicking myself for the werewolf game, not taking that guy into the bathrooms and getting rid of him.
I do know of Princess Lightpaw. In terms of ability, I would rate them above Hunter, but probably lower than most of the Supernaturals. They do have some unique abilities, but I would not put them very highly in terms of just overall powers and abilities.
Yeah,
they do have. Go ahead.
I was trying to slip in a quip. So yeah, werewolf goes growl. Bunny mage goes, well, goodbye.
Changelings are. It kind of depends on what the changeling is. They kind of can fill any sort of role, but they're not going to necessarily be the best at it. But they do have some very unique advantages that other supernaturals do not have. It really kind of depends on what kind of breed and like what they were used for in Arcadia. It really kind of determines what they're going to be. Like if you go up against a troll in a fist fight, the troll's going to friggin' break your arm off and beat you to death with it. But then you go against an elemental, the elemental could just set you on fire. Or ice, or lightning. Depends on what kind of elemental they are.
Go against a red cap and you're going to get eaten.
And then, of course, at the other end of the spectrum, you have the ceiling fan, which is only a threat if you're too tall, or the end tables, who are only a threat to your shins.
But the key for the changelings, though, is iron. If you have iron on you, you can kind of cut through their magic and abilities. But other than that, it's also pretty hard to know if someone's a changeling because you won't see that they are a changeling. Not until they, start pulling out supernatural effects to hit you with, or you use something to see past the mask that hides what they really are. Hunters are both the weakest, but they have a lot of things going for them too, if they know what they're doing. It really just kind of depends there, though, for them. I'm trying to think of what other supernatural creatures there are. Let's see. There's the Kuei Jin, the Chinese vampires. Pretty much rated about the same level of vampires, honestly. Demons, I would put demons actually pretty highly.
Going back to the hunters, though, something that just occurred to me is, what about potential alliances? Like, what factions would they be willing to work with? Because can imagine a
Depends
hunter
on the
that's
hunter.
yeah, but say because a hunter that's being equipped by a mage, I feel like they would have a significant advantage against most things.
It specifically depends on the hunter. If the hunter decides that the witch and warlocks are not bad, they can form a contract with them or make a deal with them. Same again. Not all vampires are absolute monsters. Most of them can be, but not all of them. So there might be one or two vampires, especially if like the hunter knew them beforehand. They might be willing to give them a little bit of a leeway. Same with werewolves. It really depends on the hunter in specific,
Yeah,
what they
Hunters
will
will
and will
still
not
see the
tolerate in
mages
you.
as bad.
so
Yes.
basically, it's just the whole thing with a hunter is that they're still a mundane mortal. It's just that they're a believer and that decided to take the fight to the supernatural.
No, a hunter. Oh, take it back. Take it back. Two types of hunters: lowercase h, uppercase h. Lowercase h are basically hunters of supernatural. They know the supernatural exists, but they are mundane. Then you have the uppercase hunters who were literally chosen by angels to fight back against the darkness and were given some abilities to help with that. Those are the normal hunters that you would that when people talk about hunters, they're talking about the capital H hunters.
Okay, so yeah, so not
The reckoning.
yeah, capital H hunter is much more likely to have a rigid belief structure, but the lowercase hunter, they're more likely to compromise and be willing to make alliances.
Both of them are. It really depends on what creed the hunter follows. There is like the creed of mercy, which is about protecting other people as well as protecting there's one group of hunters called the Redeemers, whose whole thing is to try to find supernatural creatures that want to be good and either find their humanity again or to not hurt people. In that case, the hunter will do everything they can to help that creature, but they're still gonna fricking kill monsters that, are dangerous. Buffy would actually be a very good example of a hunter. She actually would be a pretty good example of a hunter. So in order for a hunter to be called, the way it happens is they're going through their normal life, doing their thing, and then suddenly they hear a voice speak to them, and the reality is peeled back, and the truth of it is revealed to them. So if there's any supernatural creatures nearby, they will see them.
You have now completed the
Um,
tutorial. Open exploration is now available.
and specifically, the action that the hunter takes is what determines what their creed is. If the hunter tries to grab a weapon to go against the monster, they basically go into one of the judge, one of the more valorous creeds that are about bringing the fight to the monsters. Avenger is very common for that. Judge is another one. Those are like the two bigger ones for that. But if say the hunter goes for a fire alarm to pull it to evacuate everyone before confronting the monster, they might become a guardian instead. Their goal is to protect people from monsters. And they don't necessarily have a problem with monsters that don't hurt people, but they will step in. Sinel, you would know this. Michael would be a guardian. Pretty much all the Knights of the Cross would be guardians
So
for
basically,
Hunter. Guardian or Redeemer.
basically, whichever angel or higher being or whatever that's decided to endorse that person or sponsor. That's the word I'm looking for. Sponsor the person.
There's
just
only
wait.
two.
Okay, well, whichever of those two. They just wait for a really opportune moment, and then they basically turn the awakening into a trial.
Yep, and then what the person does determines what they become, and if they choose to do nothing or they freeze, then they basically get everything taken away from them, but they still know the supernatural exists. They are called bystanders. They are failed hunters. But no, hunters have a few abilities that make them very useful. One, they will not ping as supernatural to anyone. Two, their edges are invisible to supernatural creatures. So a supernatural creature will not see some of the edges that they can use, and it can just no-sell them.
When
And
you
they
say
have
edges, you're referring to their abilities?
yes, their abilities. They do have also what's called hunter sight, which is a very useful ability. Basically, what it allows them to do is it allows them to see a supernatural creature and basically whatever they look at, the truth of it. So they can see vampires, they can see werewolves, and they will know what they are. Usually, they will know they are supernatural at least, and then it also makes them impossible to mind control. It makes it impossible to affect them mentally with magic and powers.
Okay, Burrito brings up a very interesting question. Let's say, hypothetically, at their moment of revelation, there's a werewolf nearby, and they just walk up and hug the werewolf and just go, "Puppy!"
Probably either a redeemer, a martyr, or a guardian. It kind of depends on like what their mindset is. Depends on the monster. I mean, a hunter can form bonds with a monster. It is possible for them to do so.
Oh my god,
They
I just
but
had
usually, go ahead.
I just had a horrifying concept in my head. A developmentally challenged hunter who ends up in the Guardian cast. "You leave my friends alone!" Proceeds to beat them to death with a cinder block.
It really depends because the messengers usually will only pick people. Well, no, I take that back. There have been times where a messenger has chosen a child. It's not common, but it has happened before.
It's whatever's needed at the time.
Yes.
There's actually a thing that you can take as a background where you start as a kid, and it's like a -10, which can be very useful for picking up some powerful abilities at character creation.
Yeah, child is I think actually a -5 or a 6. When the highest one is usually a -7. Yeah, no, child is both great for role playing, and I will like give things where it can be very adventurous, but it can also be a really nasty one to take. I've played a couple of characters that were kids, and yeah, it can really backlash against you sometimes.
I'm sorry you're not welcome into the club.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's the backlash situations, but there's also the whole live bait option too. If you're
Yes.
just a child, then there's a lot of different monsters out there that'd be like, "Ooh, free snack! Congratulations, you're in melee range now."
No, I did once play vampire that was a child, he was like 800 years old. Like, he was an old vampire. But vampires don't age after they get bitten, so he was bitten when he was a child by a toreador because the toreador considered him to be beautiful and didn't want him to age or change. So he has been stuck basically at 10 years old for the last like 800 years, and it annoys him.
Now that
The
really
other
makes me...
vampires know. The vampires know to take him seriously because they know who he is, and he'll kill anyone that doesn't.
Now this actually begs the question: would it theoretically be possible for a mage with the right spheres to age them up?
Yes. If they have the proper spheres, yes, it is possible to do so.
Yes, but you take Paradox for messing with the vampires.
Yes. You would probably either have to do it in a sanctum or it would be safer to do it in the Umbra. But theoretically, yes, a mage could do that. Some vampires might prefer it. Other vampires just don't really give a shit about it anymore. It really kind of also depends on the vampire. Some
Yeah.
vampires might like being considered to be children and underestimated. I mean, these are most of the vampires in World of Darkness would be white court vampires. They like to do manipulations. They like to control things from behind the scenes without getting involved. Like, that is the sign of a very good vampire if you can do those things. Sometimes you have to kick ass and take names, but that's what you have cat's paws for.
Yeah, total sitcom type arrangement between a fledgling that was bitten when they were just a child. They visit a time mage once every year to be aged up by 1 year. It's just like a medical checkup.
Most vampires usually don't give a shit anymore about that sort of thing because most of them leave their human lives behind after they get turned. It's just too hard for them to maintain relationships usually.
Well, it would depend on who you have relationships with. Like, for example, they had a pre-existing relationship with a time mage. And if it wasn't
Yeah,
pre-existing, if it wasn't pre-existing, don't worry, the time mage can fix that.
Let me
One of
put
the
it
things-
this way: humanity.
Yeah. One of the things you never want to see, though, is what happens if a werewolf gets turned into a vampire.
Yeah, I'm yet to see a single canon or universe in which that's a good thing.
I mean,
It's
it worked out decently for Foxfiend's character.
Yeah, it's really bad if it happens. Because usually the werewolf will go either one, the werewolf will just die 90% of the time because Gaia won't allow it to happen and will protect the werewolf from being turned into an abomination. But if a werewolf is actually turned by a vampire and it succeeds, the werewolf will lose all of their supernatural abilities from being a werewolf, except, being able to transform. They'll lose their gnosis that they use to fuel their powers and such. And imagine having that giant gaping hole where Gaia's love for you once was, is now just pure emptiness. They usually go crazy and want to die and kill everything around them. There are a canon couple of them that are still sane enough to survive, but it's bad. It is really, really bad.
Well, see, what you have to do is you just have to find things to fill that hole. Like Vanny Vitty Vixen did. She just collects pets. It makes her feel
Doesn't
less
work.
hollow. Didn't say that it worked, I just said it's what she does. She's trying.
Let's see. Demons, I really like demons because of their complicated relationship they have with the world of darkness. It's like, what the hell happened to this place? Technically, I don't believe there are any vampires in World of Darkness. Vampires cannot have children. It is impossible for them. Now, you can get humans who have supernatural vampire-like abilities, basically super ghouls. That is possible. I have made a couple of characters who were that. They're very fun to play with because they're still human, but they can learn vampiric disciplines. Okay, fair. I wasn't thinking about the Thin Bloods.
Also, I do want to try and focus this on the mage,
game.
Horizon Lost,
Sorry.
instead of general World of Darkness.
And we never took care of Gree, the person who stole the Raven Lord from Domino.
I'm sure it will be fine. Some of the things that happen also are things that will lead into other World of Darkness games because everything in my World of Darkness universe is connected. So
Which means
now
that
every World of Darkness game I run in the future will have furries in it and be an
Exactly.
option for people to play.
Yep. If anything, that's just an upgrade considering the type of people you hang out with. Yep. If anything, that's just an upgrade considering the type of people you hang out with.
Dragons would be in the Beast book, technically, Lightpaw.
Yeah, not exactly a playable character. I think the closest you'd be able to get to that would be to be a reptilian changeling.
No, you can play a Beast. They have their entire book. You can play a dragon.
Aren't the dragons like primordial though?
You can play a Beast. They literally have their own book for them. You can play a Beast. They literally have their own book for them. They're not common, but
Okay.
you can.
Okay, so to clarify, are all of the dragons primordial, or is it just that there are primordials that are dragons?
There are multiple. There are the normal dragons, lowercase d, and you have dragons that are uppercase d.
Okay, so the lowercase d, that you could play just fine.
Yep.
Okay, so the lowercase d, that you could play just fine.
Yep.
I think the uppercase D ones are more a situation of you just trying to come in as, god of the world, basically. Somebody that's super well established in the canon of, the lore of the world, as opposed to brand new character.
Yeah, uppercase D usually goes with like spirits or gods and such.
And if you're playing as the power character, there's only one person you could be playing as. And Kerr knows who I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. No, Paradox does not look the other way. Paradox will always hit you if you do something to attract it.
Yeah, because Paradox is basically the will of the Weavers, so unless you have more firepower than, one of the three pillars of reality itself,
Yeah, no. Usually Paradox will hit you because the Pattern Spires get really, really fucking pissy about what you're doing. And then they're going to take it out on you.
Yep, they'll pull you into the back rooms and have a sit-down meeting. Which, that's actually canon.
Yep.
I still find that hilarious that you didn't even know about level 2 of the back rooms before you created that scene, and it just so happened to match perfectly.
Great minds think alike.
Yeah. Oh my god, yes. Kurt, how's that for a paradox effect? You're haunted by the narrator from Stanley Parable. Kurt, how's that for a paradox effect?
That is possible, yes.
Haunted by the narrator from Stanley Parable.
To be fair, it also might just be your own insanity.
It can be two things.
Also true.
Yeah, speaking of canon interactions with the spiders and stuff, though, I was like, yeah, what was the plan on that? Because, yeah, they were actively repairing the damage that was done, and you said that it was like that great worm spirit or whatever that had tampered with the ritual. What was the end game on that for them getting things stitched back together?
They would have been able to fix and repair everything. It would have taken time, but they would have been able to get everything set back up, except, there would be a new normal, and they don't like change.
Yeah.
But they had to accept it.
Yeah, the Weaver wants nothing more than to turn the entire world to stone and to keep it completely unchanging. So the Weaver is not good. The Weaver is very bad. It is also crazy.
Now go to the cyberpunk dystopia that the Weaver controls. Have fun.
Yeah, there's actually a spirit world where the Weaver controls. It's literally a cyberpunk dystopia.
Because there's no change whatsoever because the corporations control everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no change whatsoever because the corporations control everything.
And don't let the werewolves in there.
Yeah, don't do that.
I wouldn't want to let any supernatural entities into a realm like that. That'd be dangerous. We've seen what Siddle can do with high tech. I wouldn't want to let any supernatural entities into a realm like that. That'd be dangerous. We've seen what Siddle can do with high tech.
No, burning the whole place down would get the Weaver's attention.
It would probably also get the worm's attention, and for all the wrong blah 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 blah. It would probably also get the worm's attention, and for all the wrong reasons.
Oh, the worm's trapped. He's fine.
Oh, he's trapped, but his minions aren't. Oh, he's trapped, but his minions aren't.
The worm wants to do bad things.
Oh,
Oh,
This is
there's
why we
an
have to.
interest-
What's up?
There's an interesting question. What was each player/storyteller and each character's scariest moment in the campaign?
For me, Toshime.
Yeah, just him existing. For me as the player, there were no like truly scary moments, but there were a few times when I realized that I screwed up and there was no takebacks. And I was like, well, I'm gonna have to let this ride. For Portia the character, unequivocally, when she stared into the face of a biblically accurate angel. For Portia the character, unequivocally, when she stared into the face of a biblically
Ah, yes.
For Warren, it's when Domino decided, oh, I'm just going to change Warren's look and going to take his staff and change. Wait.
That actually just reminded me. Yeah, here it is. I actually do still have the script for Vanny Vitty Vixen's next recap.
Broadcast.
The one that never ended up getting used because the episode never happened.
Well, want to go ahead and share it anyways right now?
I'll have to clear my throat first.
While you're doing that, there wasn't really any moments that were scary to me. I'm sorry, Kurt, but you don't really do horror very well. At least not that I've seen, anyways. I think I tend to scare you more than the other way around. Especially with Michael. Mostly with a lot of the stuff that Cody/Sinel dealing with was more like, really, you're interrupting me when I'm about to pull off my magnum opus again.
Not really much scary for Terrence. I mean, he can always kind of time travel to fix anything that happens, but
Terrence?
oh, sorry, Terrence. Alexis, my bad. Not sure where that came from. Um, yeah, having like a reset button is kind of removes a lot of the scary things of anything that might happen.
And
All right.
then the fetch soul.
I am ready.
Go for it.
Good morning, Empty Springs! Or should I say, good morning, planet Earth! I'm Vanny Vitty Vixen here with Behind the Masquerade, and we're coming to you live from the ringside at the Battle of the Century. For those who've been living under a rock this...
Templar tipped $5. Scurry money dono sound.
Timber, why?
Thank you for the tip, Timber. Carry on, Tanya.
I'm Vanny Vitty Vixen here with Behind the Masquerade, and we're coming to you live from the ringside at the Battle of the Century. For those who've been living under a rock this whole time, no offense, Nosferatus, it turned out that our friends from Arcada weren't so friendly after all. There's power, there's pomp, there's even some circumstance, but as it turns out, there just isn't much meshing to be mustered. Malevolence, the MO of many, is all well and good, but as it turns out, temperance and respect for tradition aren't exactly their cup of tea, and well, that's a deal breaker. Elders aren't too keen on people rocking the boat, and these people like drilling holes in the dang thing. Not to mention this love of upsetting norms and standards earned seething, snarling rage from our fluffy forest friends. I mean, they normally snarl a lot, but this time they were really chomping at the bit to chomp on some bones. Whether those bones are still inside people is very much optional. So now we're stuck between a shackle and a hard place. Either stick with the mages we know, or hand the reins over to a neon skunk, a self-absorbed lion, and 7 deadly fashion sins. And that brings us to today's main event. 6 of the 7 have been brought to bear against the Taylor Chantry. Squaring off in 2v2 rounds, best of 3 rounds takes home the coveted title of Dimensional Oversight. All of the clans and all the bloodlines have turned out to witness the event, and there is cheering on both sides. I swear I've never seen a Nefandus smile as much as what... I swear I've never seen a Nefandus smile that much when they weren't unmaking somebody, but they're all currently cheering for the invaders, so screw them. Alright, and it looks like the first round is beginning. The arena has reformed into a sprawling stone brick complex. The European fortress mid-16th century looks a lot like the La Sombra Hall of Records, but with way less paintings and not a single scrap of gold. It looks like it's Wost AI and Sinel facing off against a bear and a tiger. Gildan, check our notes. I need names on those two. Wost is bringing a full battalion of mechanical infantry and artillery support, and Sinel is taking up a sniping position. Meanwhile, it looks like the tiger is casually strolling his way into the fray, and the bear is missing. I've got no eyes on the... Ladies and gentlemen, ow! Seriously, ow! Consider yourselves lucky I cut the microphone before the shockwave got here. That was loud. The smoke is still clearing, but it looks like a fair-sized chunk of the fortress has been absolutely leveled. Meanwhile, getting eyes back on the tiger, and... oh, that looked like it hurt. 50 cal to the chest. He appears to be regenerating and has begun a charge. Oh, he is 100% activating some kind of hypercancer. There is no way to describe how he looks other than some messy pinup model. A portal has just opened, and... oh, Sinel with the hard shutdown. Paradox Flare just hit, and that is a lot of pizza. It appears the opposing magic attacks canceled each other out, and there's now pizza everywhere. I mean, literally everywhere. It is in the stands, and there are even a few slices here in the booth. It's actually really good. The tiger is... the tiger is embedded in a wall, Sinel is embedded in a pile of pizza, and the bear is still nowhere to be seen. This fight is going to get a lot crazier before it gets any calmer. Gildan, hold still. No, stop. The cheese is just gonna... if you keep... yes, I know it's in your eyes. That's because you keep rubbing them. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go to a brief commercial break while I attempt to rescue the great and powerful milquetoast chicken from the consequences of his own actions.
Beautiful.
Poor Gildan. Poor Gildan.
That was what was going to be the recap if the campaign had continued. We were planning to bring the campaign to an end anyways, but things behind the scenes happened, and we decided it would be best to just go ahead and bring it to an end early.
I am going to have to bring back Vanny Vitty Vixen at some point in some campaign. She's too fun of a character to leave behind. I am going to have to bring back Vanny Vitty Vixen at some point.
And hey, look, you have a prime mage here. Who are we fighting? Do they even exist?
Foxfru, the reason why is because I had already written that script up ages ago and was supposed to be the recap for an episode that just never happened. So it's nice to be able to actually share it. Actually, yeah, properties, details. Yeah, I created that on March, April, May 19th was when I wrote that. That's how long it's been sitting on my desktop unread. May 19th is when I wrote that. That's how long it's been sitting on my desktop unread. And from Sun, funding for this show is provided by the Zimker Association for Global Domination, the Endowment for the Enlightening of Lower Omnivores, the Hollywood Hecklers Guild, and viewers like you. Thank you. And from Sun, funding for this show is provided by the Zimker Association for Global Domination, the Endowment for the Enlightening of Lower Omnivores, the Hollywood Hecklers Guild, and viewers like you. Thank you.
So yeah, any other questions from all of you out there? Or otherwise, we can just let Kerr ramble some more.
He's very good at vamping.
It looks like right now we're getting hit by an ad.
I like to believe that I at least got a giggle out of Kerr with the Samisi pinup model comment.
Just a tad.
I like to believe that I at least got a giggle out of Kerr with the Samisi pinup model comment. Yeah, see, Vanny's just in the mental state that she's like, well, the world might end soon, so I'm gonna get all of my insults against the other houses out as fast as possible. Yeah, see, Vanny's just in the mental state that she's like, well, the world might end soon, so I'm gonna get all of my insults against the other houses out as fast as possible.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I just actually thought of something interesting. If I'm ever in a situation where I'm going to be participating in a masquerade game, I could totally play as Gildan Greymore and just take the trait where you have a sponsor and have Vanny be the sponsor.
Yeah, that would be fun.
And that gives me a opportunity to, play a campaign as a Malkavian, which is always fun. And that gives me a opportunity to, play a campaign as a Malkavian, which is always fun.
But don't forget, Malkavians are always sponsored by their inner thoughts.
Which ones? They have several.
Uh-huh. The collective.
Rescue the great, powerful Malktos chicken from the consequences of his own actions.
Oof, that's hard for me to say, Foxfrew. I honestly just kind of enjoyed everything with my players. I just like watching them have fun. That's hard for me to say, Foxfrew.
Oh, okay. Counter question. What was your least favorite moment in the campaign?
Bonk.
Which one?
Yes.
Least favorite moment in the campaign?
Hey, look,
Oh,
I
I thought
reached through
it.
time.
I thought it was Cody making the world furry, because that's going to carry on to all of your future World of Darkness campaigns now.
I'd say that counts as a bonk.
Bonk.
Just any time that one of us completely breaks one of Kerr's worlds or boss fights or whatever, that'll just forever be known as the bonk moment. Such as when Sinel decides to teleport Portia to use her as a targeting beacon. That'll just forever be known as the bonk moment.
Oh, yes, that was great. Kerr over here with a big bad freaking boss that was gonna one shot us. I'm just like, well, he's locked onto her, right? What happens if she's now on the other side of him?
Fatal Ladle is the wrong campaign.
To put it in the
Like we
words of
said,
no, to put it in the words of Fat Electrician, "Ha! I've sunk your battleship," and then you come back with, "No, you didn't. Prepare to die."
You have killed my father. Prepare to die.
Yeah, the words that you never ever want to hear from a time mage. No, I am your father. That's right. When I said that I boned your mom, I wasn't joking. That's right. When I said that I boned your mom, I wasn't joking.
Hey, it's fine.
no, it's not.
Fine.
Why don't you explain the bonk?
Hey, it's fine. It's fine.
The bonk that was felt through time.
One bonk to rule them all.
When Toshime decided to bonk through history to bonk someone in the, I think it was in the past, and caused a shockwave to go through to the future.
Hey, in the past, with the Iron Staff.
Yes. Yes.
And a time mage that was supposed to be screwing with us over the next session wasn't available because they were busy cleaning up the mess.
Basically, we were hunting down a fae that had done something with the mayor. I forget if I think they captured or something the child or something.
It was the Fetch Soul.
Yeah, and we went to a location where we knew the it had gone down. Used a little window to look into the past and see what happened. Here comes Warren with his staff, just pokes through the window into the past, bonks one of them, obliterates it, and yeah.
And just everybody was like, what the hell? Allies and enemies included. See, that's the thing with Warren, is that he's very quiet and doesn't do a whole lot. But when he does do something, there's no predicting what it's going to be or what the ramifications will be. He's a complete rogue element.
You're
Toshime
welcome.
is the definition of speak softly and carry a big stick.
Literally. Ooh, Burrito with the hard counter to the time mage saying that I am your father. Hand them child support paperwork. Like, I don't remember you spending a single day with me, which means you owe a lot of back child support. Oof, yeah, actually, that would be a very creative use of time magic.
Well, how about this question for everybody? What was your favorite part of the campaign? Why don't you start, Alexis?
Mike's muted.
Nestle?
I was quite fond of the part where y'all were trying to get inside a door with all sorts of bombs and kept killing yourselves. And then I just knocked and it opened. That was pretty fun.
Oh yeah, that
yes, the door. The door.
Nobody thought to check if it was unlocked. that
the
I
number
have
one.
I have seen that repeated so many times in so many campaigns. Just nobody checked to see if it was locked.
Well, that's why it's such a meme. Like, you want to buy yourself some time as a storyteller, GM, DM, whatever the campaign may be. Just put a door in front of your players. They will spend hours just trying to figure out if it's trapped or not.
Yeah, and if you want to leave that gameplay session at the end of the day and find your car keyed with all 4 tires slashed, have a second door behind the first. Yeah, and if you want to leave that gameplay session at the end of the day and find your car keyed with all 4 tires slashed, have a.
I mean, I've done it before where there was a door on on a wall, but the door was not able to be opened. All you had to do was walk around the wall. And it took them so long to finally actually look around the room that they were in and discover, oh, this wall doesn't go all the way to the other end.
Then what's the purpose of the door? It is adventurer bait. What's the purpose of the door? And I had a lot of moments that I really liked, because I was able to have several badass moments with Portia. Although I did notice there's a recurring theme that her badass moments revolved around her talking smack to something orders of magnitude stronger than herself. It's like, yeah, you could kill me with one finger if you wanted to, but you're not going to, so I'm taking this opportunity to explain why you're a moron. That, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but that is a recurring theme with my characters, is that if they realize that somebody's being an idiot, they're going to tell them. I don't know if you've noticed or not, but that is a recurring theme with my characters, is that if they realize somebody's being an idiot... So far, the only person who's been immune to that, her telling them when they're being an idiot, has been Timber. And that's because he just nods but doesn't understand a single word. Oof, that is a good question from Light Paw. Light Paw, blah. Do you think Kurt knows he's muted?
I was thinking about that. Ooh, there's a lot of things that can go wrong there, Lightpaw. And Foxfruit, no. Normally, I don't do just like the big red button of fear. I usually try to make sure there's always like a reason for something.
The only big red button of fear is, are you sure you want to do that?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I actually do greatly appreciate that. I know technically it's bad decorum for a storyteller, but when the primary goal of these games is for the players and if there's an audience, for the audience as well to have fun. So when you realize we were about to walk face first into a blender and you go, are you sure you want to do that? It is nice to have that little heads up. And I just choose to believe that from the character's perspective, that's just that little voice you get in the back of your head that says, maybe this is a stupid idea.
Well, there are a lot of things that go into that. For starters, like if this were real life, you would be able to pick up some context clues that maybe weren't properly conveyed by the storyteller. Things that you may know that you may have been able to pick up from the scene, from the situation, or whatnot, that maybe just didn't get across how they wanted.
Yeah,
So,
like if you're about to try climbing an electric fence that you don't realize is electric. The character might have noticed there's a slight humming noise coming off of that metal. Stuff
yeah,
like
so
that.
the are you sure you want to do that is definitely useful for those kinds of situations. But there's also the counter side of that of the there is also the counter side of that where the storyteller can also use that to try and get the player not to do something that the storyteller doesn't want them to do.
A corral.
Exactly.
That actually is something I do respect with storytellers is when they're able to corral the players without putting them on rails, and it is difficult. That is one thing that's easy to learn, difficult to master.
Though I do feel like more often it's us as players telling Kerr, "Are you sure you want to do that?"
Well, that's only
than
because
him
we're
telling
mages.
us that.
That's only because we're mages, and we get to talk to
I
God.
pulled that off with Exalted as well. But Exalted cheats as well. But there's a lot of Kerr's games where I've been able to pull that kind of thing.
Why am I blanking on his name? Ah, the Conqueror dude. What's his name? Super Martin.
Nevis.
Nevis, thank you.
Nevis, King of Conquerors.
And just at least one point in time, yeah, our army's about to clash against army. Suddenly there's a dragon in the sky. Nevis just looks up and says, looks straight up into the sky. Are you sure you want to do that? And the dragon just turns around and goes the other way. Like, did you just tell God to stop?
Hard to think that it's already been 2 years that this campaign's gone through.
Yeah.
Helix.
Yes. Lightpaw. That is a very important variable.
I
That,
will say that
fun.
I will point out also that even if there are note takers, you can still forget things from one week to the next. Like
Yeah.
in game, you know, us walking through that door probably is only taking about a minute, maybe two. Whereas in the real world, we're sitting here debating about going through that door for 3 hours.
Sometimes more.
Sometimes more. And of course, there's also the consideration that at the end of the day, the storyteller's job is to let your players win without letting them know you're letting them win. And of course, there's also the consideration that at the end of the day, the storyteller's job is to let your players win.
See, that depends on the storyteller. I'm kind of vicious.
Well, yes, but the ones that are vicious don't usually wind up being storytellers for long.
Yeah,
Fair
that
point.
is something that I've noticed is that with the storytellers here in ZGF, most of them are pro player and they want to see the players succeed and do badass things. But there's a lot of storytellers I've seen that it's like if you just want to carry out acts of sadism, you know there are video games for that.
Go play RimWorld.
Yeah, go play RimWorld if you just want to carry out acts of sadism.
No, there's already a person, the game master, controlling that one.
Like I have heard plenty of stories, both from YouTube compilations and from my own friends, about some storytellers that it's the storyteller themselves is acting out the power fantasy, and the players are just there to witness it.
It is a very you're right, Lightpaw. There are a lot of storytellers who come from Warhammer or the like, and yeah, they look at it as adversarial. But that's the problem with those kinds of people is that's not what tabletop is.
Exactly.
Tabletop RPGs at the end of the day are working together to tell a story.
Yeah,
To
actually,
just have fun.
perfect example of that is something I saw before, where there's a storyteller for a 40k setting that for each of the players he told them, okay, I need you to make a dozen basic grunts. Don't get too attached to them. There will be a lot of casualties. And over the course of several campaigns, they got whittled down until each of them only had like 2 or 3 people left, and then those were granted veterancy status, and those became the actual characters they were running. Because yeah, in 40k, it is adversarial. It is you're supposed to be up against absolute absolute unmitigated horrors of the void. Blah. But that's not the way it is in other settings. Yeah, the all guardsman party. I think that's the one.
And Lightpaw, yeah, there's a lot of storytellers I've come across where it's like, yeah, you should have just written a book.
Yeah.
Because there's also that consideration that the whole point is you're telling the story of the players' characters. They are the main characters. They're the ones driving the story forward. You can't decide what they're going to do.
Yeah.
If you think you can, go write a book.
Yeah, the single biggest horror story in that regard that I ran into. I mean, because there's plenty for just storytellers acting in reprehensible ways, but the single worst offender I ever heard of was one where the storyteller was singling out one person's character with just the worst of luck and refused to fudge rolls even the slightest and always had the worst outcome until eventually they managed to kill off the character. And did not offer a chance of revive. They had some BS reason for why the body was unrecoverable, which did not even make sense for the setting. It's like, okay, fine, I'll write up a new character. It's like, no, here's your new character. I already made it. I'm sorry, what? Came out over the course of discussion that, yeah, the storyteller had written a character for them and was upset that they didn't use it, so they went out of their way to kill off the character they created to force them to use the one that they had made for them. Needless to say, they left the group. Yeah, son.
Yes, Dunseal. No D&D is better than bad D&D.
Yeah,
I
Tiberian.
do wish more
There's a bit of a
people
noodle
would,
reverse option.
No D&D is better than bad D&D.
That's one reason why I'm really glad that the storytellers that we've had for these games are well vetted, and I'm yet to see any that act outright maliciously or take out any personal vendettas against individual players or give special favors to specific players. So far, they've been pretty fair in all of my observations. I'm yet to see any that act outright maliciously or take out any personal vendettas against individual. Although, I'm not there for every game, so there might be a few spots that I just wasn't witness to.
There have been a few not so great
Boyfriend
ones.
cards?
Oh no, I joke about the boyfriend card, but Kerr does not accept it. But
I will
have
make
had a
everyone
few-
suffer equally.
You're an equal opportunity
Equal
tormentor.
opportunity suffering. Yep.
I have always been a very... I have always pushed equality on things. It's always... Everybody has the same rules. Everybody has the same opportunities. And we have had some not great storytellers over the years. Namely, I haven't run into any that were doing what you were talking about, Tanya, but well, I think you were there in the game where
Train
they're like,
conductor?
you wake. No, not even that. You wake up in a field. Okay, is there anything around? No.
It's a field. The field is full of field.
Yeah. Do we see anything? Do we have any idea where we're supposed to go? No. Okay.
It's like you need to give something for the character to latch on to.
Stage direction.
Yeah, stage direction. I've actually been there for 2 of those, both of which were CGF, with 2 different storytellers. Although, oddly enough, with the same character. Poor Rose. She keeps waking up in fields from one incarnation to another.
Words to be so stupid.
But no, I just realized 2 different incarnations of Rose both experienced the you wake up in a field and don't know where you are situation. But no, I just realized 2 different incarnations of Rose both experienced the you wake up in a field and don't know where you are situation. If it happens a 3rd time, I'm just going to have my first line of the campaign be, I need to stop drinking.
And does Portia remember the first enemies that we fought in this campaign? The Bane spirits.
We fought Bane spirits multiple times. You're going to have to be a little bit more clear. It was literally several years ago, so...
The upside down polar bear with the rib cage ripped out and using that as legs digging into the ground.
Is that when we were like shot into the Umbra?
Mm-hmm. It was the very first one, Crumbling Walls.
Yeah. Lightpaw, that one I've actually run into directly with one of the storytellers for the I keep wanting to say Red Flag Rejects now. Ascent to Ascend campaign is that one of the storytellers really wanted to do a good job, but they just weren't quite cut out for it. I won't give any names because I don't want to put people on the spot, but yeah. I actually felt bad for them because they were honestly trying. Is that one of the storytellers really wanted good job, but they just weren't quite cut out for it. I won't give any names because I don't want to put people on the spot, but yeah. I actually felt bad for them because they were honestly trying. Lightpaw? That's a mechanic that I'm gonna say that I don't think Kerr understands. When it comes to the CR for a beast, you don't add the character levels together; you average them.
Ow, ow, ow.
How many times have we fought things that were basically gods?
So World Darkness doesn't have that, so I kind of more or less kind of have to take a guess at what your guys' power level and then go, okay, I'll try to craft something a little bit stronger and such.
Well, I will also say you don't do combat very often, Kerr. And so when you do pull it out, it's always that big anime flashy gimmick fight thing.
Oh no, that's just how World of Darkness fights tend to be. That's why I don't do them very often.
I'm talking about every campaign
Hey, I
that
like
you've run for me so far.
I like the anime flash fights, and I greatly appreciate any time that I'm given style points or bonus dice. If you put me in any system where style points can award me bonuses to my rolls, you can be 100% sure everything will become a scene straight out of an anime or a manga. I will commit.
I mean, I'm okay with that. I'm more referring to fighting gods every single time that we're fighting something. Instead of something that is more on our power level.
Here's the okay, devil's advocate here. How many times did we lose to them though?
Every single time that we're fighting something. Instead of something that is more on our power level.
Lexitania, yes.
And here's a question for Zim. What did you think about having the Arcadia sword talent?
It was a thing. I basically didn't get any use out of it, but it existed.
Actually, yeah, Tiberian. That brings up something from the Common Rider arc that happened when we were dealing with the Marauder. It was really fun fighting the zombies because my character's a pacifist, so for her to have no consequence kills was great. Just don't ever tell her it was possible to cure the zombies. She will not be able to live with herself after that.
Check out the pins in her in Mage to see the score and everything on that stuff.
Oh yeah, the scoreboard's still up there. Here's an important question, Kerr. Since there's canonicity between all of your World of Darkness games, is there the possibility of any of our characters making cameo appearances or being referenced in later campaigns?
Yes. In some of my first games, that was something that always happened.
At any point in time, if you ever want Portia to make a cameo, all you need to do is tell me the time and place. If I'm not at work, I will attend.
In some of my first games, that was something that always happened.
At any point in time, if you ever want Portia to make I mean, I could, since technically Vanny Vidi Vixen and Gildan Greymore are both canon as well, if you want them to ever appear, I'm willing to do that too. I mean, I could, since technically Vanny Vidi Vixen and Gildan Greymore are both canon as well, if you want them to ever appear, I'm sure you could find use for a Lasombra pet collector or a Malkavian reporter at some point in time. You, words, microphone, voice lines. You could find use for a Lasombra pet collector or a Malkavian reporter at some point in time. You, words.
Does anybody else have any questions or anything for the campaign or the story?
Did you ever fudge any rolls, Kerr?
I did not know.
Just checking.
If he did, he wouldn't admit to it.
I do not fudge rolls, which is why I always tend to get screwed over by my dice. I did not know.
Just checking.
If he did, he wouldn't admit to it.
I do not fudge rolls, which is why I always tend to get screwed over by my dice.
Were there any plot points that we did not? I'll let you answer Lightpaw's question first. If you had a chance, were there any choices or roles you wish had gone another way?
Nope, because I'm here to tell the story, and the dice sometimes tell a story. So
This is
if
true.
that's the way it goes, that's the way I let it go.
So the real storytellers.
Well, this is also any choices that you wish had gone another way.
No, you guys are the main characters here. I'm
okay,
here. I'm here to tell the story. If you guys want to make a decision, then you guys can make that choice.
Okay, I have a question of my own. What is your most memorable botch from the campaign?
That's hard. Yeah.
The pizza roll. That'd be my vote.
Pizza.
That was good. That's hard. Yeah.
Also, I don't know if I believe you about the whole choices thing. You were so against the whole turning the world furry thing.
Well, I think that had to do more with the fact that it's in canonicity with all of his campaigns, which would have very vast consequences for other campaigns.
Wide-ranging ramifications.
Thank you. That is the phrase I was looking for. Well, I think that had
You're
to
welcome.
do more with the fact that it's in canonicity with all of his campaigns, which would have very vast consequences for other campaigns.
Wide-ranging ramifications.
Thank you. That is the phrase I was looking for.
You're welcome.
I can't really think of any like memorable botches that I've had, but my most memorable overwhelming success actually again was from the Common Rider arc. When I just kept rolling 10s and proceeded to turn a giant into a tree. I can't really think of any like memorable botches that I've had, but my most memorable overwhelming success actually again was from the Common Rider arc.
Yes.
Kept rolling 10s and proceeded to turn a giant into a tree.
I can't think of any personally.
Burrito, Charles is not part of the World of Darkness games.
I can't think of any personally.
Burrito, Charles is not part of the World of Darkness games. Well, my question then. Also, Taldarius, just a reminder, we did agree to switching to a 6 o'clock start time, so you still got an hour. But my question is, were there any plot points that you had planned, but we wound up making you completely scrap?
Nothing too much. I think you guys were able to stay on track with all the plots, or I just altered them in order to basically fit everything. So usually I was pretty good with like rolling with the blows, so nothing ever got like shattered.
The hospital.
I would just have to figure things out and alter them as we went.
And all this campaign is on YouTube.
Nothing ever got like shattered. I would just have to figure things out.
Yes, yes, it is.
And all this campaign is on YouTube.
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah, once I get all my phone stuff sorted out, so the data plan's actually fixed. Tempted to just for old time's sake, just listen through the entirety of the campaign from beginning to end over the course of a week.
Yeah. That's gonna be an endeavor.
Well, that's
I
what
think you
3x.
need more than a week.
Well, see that's what 2x play speed is for.
Mhm.
Remember, I work 10-hour shifts. 2x play speed, 10-hour shift. That's 20 hours a day.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's what 2x play speed is for. Remember, I work 10-hour shifts. 2x play speed, 10-hour shift, that's 20 hours a day.
Usually I just have things go as they go. I let the players do themselves. So if the players
I do want to
look
make sure,
Oh, good. Sorry.
just for the recording and such, because it's not so easy to see the questions on, stream. Lightpaw is asking, what was the biggest reach you had to do to make a plot point happen?
Usually I just follow along with the players. I just let them choose and do things. And as we go, I just kind of figure it out and go from there.
Yeah, Woe's influences have always been interesting.
And as we go, I just kind of figure it out and go from there.
Unfortunately, for various behind-the-scenes reasons, I'm not going to go further into detail on that stuff. Unfortunately, for various behind-the-scenes reasons, I'm not going to go further into detail.
Fortunately, I'm gonna have to bow out in about 5 minutes. I got dinner on the way.
That's fair.
Thanks for joining.
Of course. I'll stick around if anyone has more questions.
Lightpaw, you're not allowed. That's fair.
Also, Lightpaw, just gonna say this: he's more trouble than he's worth.
Ow.
In order to keep him tame, you need to have a very firm hand and a very long attention span.
Ow.
I just wanted noted, Tanya does not speak for me on this. Love you, Kerr.
Ow.
I am an architect of chaos.
I don't even know where any of that stuff is coming from, Tanya.
Just me poking fun at him to see what kind of reaction I can get. Because it's fun to poke him.
I will agree on that. It is very fun to poke her.
See, since this reality is ending, he can't take it out on Portia anymore.
We do still need to figure out if and when we're gonna do another campaign, though. We need to figure out times for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to hopefully that Digimon campaign kicking off. I'd really love to start playing Serene, but at the same time, there's just scheduling and the Sunday curse.
That's why I want to move it off of Sundays. Sunday curse, you win. At least for this one. You got half of it. Can you please just let ATA work and we'll go elsewhere. Sunday curse, you win. At least for this one. No, you may not, Foxfru. You got half of it. Can you please just let ATA work and we'll go elsewhere. I don't know what you mean by denouement episode, Lightpaw.
Denouement.
That's not a word I'm familiar with.
Closing.
Doesn't that like mean beginning of downfall or something like that?
After the climax, when
the final
everything
part of a
explained
play.
and resolved.
Yeah, final part of a play, movie, or narrative in which the strands of the plot are drawn together and matters are explained or resolved. That's kind of what this is.
Yeah, there was
Why we
going
have question time.
there was going to be a denouement. I can't pronounce it. There was going to be a couple, one or two
French.
episodes like that, but the series, the campaign ended up getting canceled ahead of schedule, so that never got a chance to happen. So here we are. The epilogue is functioning as that.
Well, I guess a question for everybody then. Where are your characters going to from here? You know, assuming, the story ends with us having won and all of that stuff, where does your character go from here? Where are they in 5 years from now? Etc.
Time travel tourist.
In all honesty, Portia would probably end up going back to the clinic and just continue doing her research on the side, specifically looking into the fields of treating supernatural ailments, because she seems to have a really good success rate with that, and she would want to keep that going.
Alexis might look up historical artifacts and items that have been lost to time, and perhaps going to make them lost, so to speak.
Actually, I've refined.
Starting a collection.
I've refined that idea. She would probably end up becoming a priestess of Arak.
That's not a bad idea.
So just he would continue to be getting the benefits from her research and then able to redistribute them where they're needed.
Alright, dinner is at the door. Great playing with y'all, and hopefully we'll see you around in the future. Haha.
Yeah, thanks for
Have fun.
joining.
Yeah.
See you later.
This stick in the mud would probably get in the tank and, hey look, time to go to the next chantry.
Hold up, you're taking the tank?
No one else is using it.
Wizard took my tank. Can't have shit in Detroit.
Hold up, you're taking the tank?
No one else is using it.
And I choose to believe that as the tank is going down the driveway, never to be seen again, you can hear booming from the radio, Electric Avenue.
Timber has a question for you, Portia.
Arak is a god of healing whose manifestation is an anthropomorphic spider. He gave Portia a magical book that reconfigures its text to match the medical knowledge of the person who is reading it. So, like, if somebody like Timber were to read the book, it would be pictograms showing how to provide first aid. for someone like Portia, who's postdoctorate research doctor, she would actually have full-on medical journals present in the book for her. And the book has a single blank page in the back, and anything that you write on that page is directly sent to Arak. And it is a form of two-way communication. He can make words appear on the page to respond. And Portia has actually used that as part of her ongoing deal with him. When she does research new things, she will copy over medical journals, schematics, that sort of thing for him to add to his knowledge base. And Portia has actually used that as part of her ongoing deal.
And what's Sinel gonna do?
That's also how she has also made him have a couple double take moments. Like, for example, when she wrote down the medical procedure for how she managed to cure a marauder, and he's like, "You did what?" That's also how she has also made him have a couple double take moments. Like, for example, when she wrote down the medical procedure for how she managed to cure a marauder, and he's like, "You did what?"
Like,
For
off of the
Sinel.
dietary, it was they wouldn't have noticed that it would have changed.
Yeah, Lightpaw, the furrification thing went unnoticed by the world as a whole. So, like, yeah, technically that vegan might have woken up as an obligate carnivore. However, they wouldn't really. Their history would have adjusted for them to have been a carnivore their entire life.
Dirk Noctkind. What we're doing right now is this is an epilogue / Q&A session because we ended a campaign with a lot of questions left unanswered because we had to end it prematurely. So we're just kind of like going down the list, talking with the audience, talking about future plans, that sort of thing. What we're doing right now is this is an epilogue / Q&A session because we ended a campaign with a lot of questions.
And don't worry, I'm not going after any Bawillas.
So we're just kind of going down the list, talking with the audience, talking about future plans, that sort of thing.
And to answer the question for Sinel, for him, he'd probably go back to business as usual. Continuing his filmmaking, his special effects career, continuing his Martin rescue and whatnot.
To answer a question that Burrito just asked over in my chat, what would Portia do if someone wanted to have their gender changed? That was actually a plot point. After like the veil kind of got lifted and certain degrees of magic became known to the public at large, she actually opened up a magical assisted clinic. Well, specifically, she opened up her services. People who wanted to have body modification done, they were perfectly welcome to come, and she would use magic to assist them in becoming their ideal selves. And unlike the current medical system, she wouldn't charge you $500,000 for getting a hangnail fixed. People who wanted to have body modification done, they were perfectly welcome to come, and she would use magic to assist them in. But yeah, no, she for a long period of time she had 5 dots in life, and then near the end ended up getting 6 dots. So for her to change somebody's gender is nothing but a snap of the fingers. In fact, she changed her own gender mid-sentence once just to rub it in the face of a misogynist. So for her to change, that was
the
fun.
big question: whose fingers do you have to snap before they change?
Yours, if you keep acting like that. She changed her own gender mid-sentence once.
Kerr, Lightpaw is asking, unrelated to the campaign directly, but does make them want to ask whether Magic the Ascension can comfortably fit a character like the Archive.
Yes, you could do anything from the Dresden Files in this, no problem.
I actually don't know who that character is.
Have you read any of the Dresden Files?
The only Dresden Files that I have direct familiarity with are the ones that were narrated during Zim streams. I actually don't know who that character is.
Which was the first one and part of the second.
The only Dresden Files that I have.
Okay, yeah, you haven't met Ivy yet. Ivy is basically the personification of all the written word.
Which was the first one and part. So the archive, in a more expanded explanation, anything that is written or typed or so on and so forth onto paper or any other form, she immediately knows. And she houses all of that information. I don't recall it ever say that it's also anything spoken.
No, it has to be written down. Though it does include computers now.
Good lord, housing all written word across the entirety of the internet? Even for a god, that's gotta be excessive.
Also has the memories of every past archive as well. So anything that a former archive knew, you get all of their lives and memories as though you'd lived it.
All written word across the entirety of the internet? Even for a god, that's gotta be excessive.
Also has the memories of every past archive as well. So anything that a former archive knew, you get all of their lives and memories as though you'd lived.
But I will say, like, Sinnel did have Bob.
Yes, Sinnel did have Bob. Because Bob is great.
But I will say, like, Sinnel did have Bob.
Yes, Sinnel did have Bob. Because Bob is great.
Toshime is lurking.
Lurking.
Well, I suppose unless there are more questions for people, we'll go ahead and wrap up this recording and
Yay.
fully finish the campaign. So, final call for questions, everybody.
Portia, did you like working with Santa Claus?
I'm trying to remember exactly when and how that happened. I need to refresh my memory. Unless you're
It was just after Vegas, when we were going to the bunker.
Oh, yeah, when he showed up and he was supposed to be the one that just lays waste everything, and he shows up and we're already fixing the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember exactly when and how that happened. I need to refresh my memory. Unless you're just Yeah, that was actually a fun moment for me because I had a chance to act completely within Portia's paradigm. Is that she doesn't care about what else is going on there. She sees a bunch of wounded people, she's going to treat them, period. Yeah, that was actually a fun moment for me because I had a chance
Burrito, red flag is not related to this at all.
She doesn't care about what else is going on there.
They are separate campaigns.
Yeah. Red Flag Rejects and Ascent to Ascend are their own separate things, and they are technically independent from each other. The only real connections that could be drawn between them are Greaves and in the thinnest of margins, the reincarnation mechanic that I have with my characters across campaigns. But there are certain campaigns that are excluded from that by storyteller or showrunner request, such as the currently planned but not yet implemented Digimon campaign. My character Serene will be completely independent of the other incarnations for the whole, reincarnation thing. Yeah.
Greaves is not a planeswalker, no.
Oh, he's not a planeswalker?
No.
Because I know the story behind Greaves, but I just figured that, like, mechanically speaking, that's what he qualified as.
Nope. First off, he's able to travel through time as well. And he's able to exist in more than one place at the same time.
Yeah, he just goes wherever and does whatever he wants.
Greaves is a simple gnomish merchant.
He just exists in a higher narrative level.
And he's able to exist in more than one place at the same time.
Yeah, he just goes wherever and does whatever he wants.
Greaves is a simple gnomish merchant.
Now I'm just curious what kind of conversation could go on between Greaves and Domino.
Don't worry about it.
Now I'm just curious what kind of conversation could go on. Son, no, bad.
Greaves may employ some fair folk. Yes, employ is a okay word for it.
So, Domino, how does it feel to have a boss?
He doesn't have a boss, he has coworkers.
I don't know, I think Nevis might count as Domino's boss. And so does Hunter.
Coworkers.
I haven't often seen one coworker leading another coworker around on a leash.
Oh yeah, Shade is also Domino's boss.
I haven't often seen one coworker leading another coworker around on a leash. See, Domino is what's referred to in the BDSM community as a brat.
Domino is annoyed.
Does that mean that he ruins the freshness of the pizza?
There is no pizza.
Krusty Krab pizza is only pizza.
Da-da-doo-doo-boo.
Does that mean that he ruins the freshness of the pizza?
Alright, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Thank you, everybody, for joining us on this adventure with Horizon Lost World of Darkness Mage. There are many more campaigns to come here on the channel. I look forward to all of you coming and joining me for all of them. But for now, check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. there on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as coming by, hanging out, grabbing packs of cards to stream loots, using our Humble Bundle partner link, or simply coming by and hanging out and bringing your friends in. But for now, thank you so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Goodbye and hello.
Alright, that recording is out.
Rank up, hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Oh.